Hey, Bill. Good evening. It's Tuesday, November 15th, 2016. This is a meeting of the regular City Council. Can you call roll?
Mayor Beckman?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Brinkman?
Here.
Councilmember Cernanek? Councilmember Clark?
Here.
Councilmember Cole?
Here.
Councilmember Hopping?
Here.
Councilmember Valdez?
Present.
Can you join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Just to make sure I said it correctly, tonight's November 15th. We have an agenda that has been posted. I have one change that I'd like to make, and it's just to accommodate the schedule of one of the people in the room. We have, in regular business, a member of the Highline Business Improvement District here to assist with that presentation, but we have 9 items on the consent agenda, which is agenda item 5. So with council's agreement, I'd like to move item 6 to number 7 and number 7 to number 6.
Why don't you move item 7 to after 4?
We could do that if you would like. If you're okay, he is here now. He is here now, so.
Unless there's an objection.
7 to 4 and
Or 4.5.
then continue on.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, it's okay.
For any consent.
Just make sure we get our numbering correct. The one issue with that would be that public comment and opportunities for public comment will precede that. Make sure we do that prior. Okay.
Ask.
Okay, we're good with that? Okay. This brings us to agenda item number 4, so that was a little incorrect. We're going to do the meeting information just as it follows public comment number 4, so get the agenda right. So we're up to agenda item number 4, which is public comment. Public comment is an opportunity to address items on the consent agenda and general business. Public comment is an opportunity for anyone to express opinions and ask questions that are not part of the public hearings. And tonight we have quite a few public hearings. So if you're here for one of those issues, please reserve your comments to the public hearing because they need to be part of that record. Appreciate it. We have this first opportunity at the beginning of the meeting, and it's for the consent agenda and general business. And then later in the meeting, we'll give an opportunity prior to the council reports for other information. An immediate response should not be expected. Anyone who would like to speak during either public comment session, appreciate it if they please sign up on the green card. I have the green card for the first session here now. I'll make sure that people who might have misunderstood get a chance to speak. Disrespectful behavior is not tolerated, and we expect comments to be civil. You have a 3-minute time limit for each of these. And I have one person signed up on the first opportunity, and it's Rick Halp from KB Homes. Sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Rick Holp. I'm with Site Dynamics Incorporated, representing Jameson Partners and KB Home, and we are just notifying you that we're here to address any comments if need be, and that was it.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to address council during this opportunity? Please.
Carol Bresack, 4th District. I know you've told me that you're going to be talking about your meeting format and minutes and things come meeting later in December, but I've still not had a response from anyone about how I can get a document on the record for the December 6th meeting. It's a meeting that's very important to me. I have 3 minutes to address this council. If you had written minutes, I'd know exactly how to get what I need to say on the record. But knowing that we don't have written minutes, I need to know how it is that I get something on the record that will take more than 3 minutes to express. If the answer is that there's no way to submit something for the written record, then just let me know so that we have that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sure the clerk will get to you with that information. Thank you, Carol. Anyone else like to speak? Please.
Good evening, Council. My name is Pam Chadbourne. I live a block and a half from here in District 1. About Jameson Village, and I think that's the last 2 minutes of Carol's time, for what it's worth. I believe this is the townhome development that's in the lot that South Suburban Maintenance Yard vacated. And just on behalf of the people who showed up during the original comments, I'd like to say that it was too dense, and the people in the surrounding areas felt that. And because of the slopes that were involved in the height of what was being built, they're going to be windows to windows right up next to each other. There's retaining walls. You can build it that way. Is that a great way to build housing in Littleton? We approved the rezoning, and maybe we shouldn't. It was really dense. So I just wanted to get that on the record for the people who live nearby. They felt it was going to be really dense. It is really dense. Is it going to last as housing after this boom is over? Don't know. So just wanted to get that on the record. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? That concludes that opportunity. I don't have anyone else who's indicated that they'd like to speak, and I have nobody else on the sign-up. So this brings us to the item that I asked to move forward, and this will be originally on the agenda as, just a moment.
7A.
It was originally on as general business item Resolution 49-2016, a resolution approving the 2017 Highline Business Improvement District Operating Plan and Budget. And we're going to have a presentation from staff on that. And also, I've been asked to mention at the very beginning that in the resolution that we've been given, the dates need to be changed to reflect the appropriate years. And if you look at the date in the title, it needs to be changed for a future date to the year 2017. And the second whereas does not have a complete date in it. So if you mention that also, Mike, make sure we get that on the record. And this is a resolution from the 2017 Highline Business Improvement District.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Mike Broughton, Deputy City Manager. At the last council meeting, you postponed this to tonight. And with us tonight is a representative from the district, the attorney for the district. Rick Crone is with us to answer questions. In addition, Lisa Jacoby, the manager for the district, also provided some additional information to address some concerns regarding the budget and kind of an overview of some of those financial issues that have been addressed in recent years. So I'd like to actually turn it over to Mr. Crone if there are any specific questions about the district.
Any questions for the Deputy City Manager first?
No. Good evening. I'm Rick Crone. I'm an attorney at Spencer Fane, and I've been representing the Highline Business Improvement District for a number of years. I was hoping Lisa Jacoby would be able to make it to this meeting. She had a conflicting meeting, couldn't make it. Basically, I think the staff report explained it all. We're asking for a resolution to approve the 2017 operating plan and budget. It was pointed out by the council, Councilman Clark, thank you very much, that there's an error in the budget. It had a computational error. That has since been fixed and provided to you prior to this meeting. And if there are any questions, I'm ready to try to answer them and probably be able to. And if not, I'd like to ask for that resolution.
Go ahead, please.
Can you explain the refinancing of the bond debt?
Yeah, I believe so. The original bonds were put out at a relatively high interest rate. It was a speculative project at the time. One of our board members, Pat Donahue, was able to speak with the bondholder, which was an investment house out in Michigan, to ask them basically to give us a break, lower the amount, and take a payoff and basically be taken out of the bond business with this district. And the district's been underperforming for years, no question about it. We were behind, way behind on the payments. Anyway, that was a successful negotiation. Basically, they wanted to have their cash now. It was better than a bird in the hand, better than a bird in the bush or whatever. Anyway, and they take the money now instead of waiting for it. So with that reduction in principal, the district was able to go to CoBiz Bank and get a bank loan to basically finance that advance payment on those bonds. The interest rate dropped from something over 8%, it's listed in the operating plan, down to something over 3%. And with that, the district was able to substantially lower its payments. Now, as part of that, there was also a management agreement that needed to be paid off. The holders of the management agreement, who were the spouses of the original people who had that, also agreed to a lowering in the amount that they would be paid. Again, a bird in the hand's better than waiting for years, which would have been the other result. Then there was a set of agreements that were called the financing and reimbursement agreements, or advance and reimbursement agreements, where some of the property owners in the district had advanced money to the district to pay some of the early bond payments and deserved to be paid back. So there was enough money in that financing plus a 1 year of additional revenue collected from the mill levy to pay that off too. So basically the debt of the district has been dramatically reduced. The only outstanding debt we have now is a bank loan to CoBiz Bank, and the mill levy for this next year is going to drop approximately 33% as a result of that. So we're going from the high mill levy of 37 down to the 20s, as is mentioned in the operating plan. So that was basically it.
Okay, thank you. How much did the principal get negotiated down, the remaining principal on the bond?
Well, I have to look. It's in the operating plan. Yeah, I think it's
Pat's
close to
giving you a
$1.3
figure.
million. What was it, Pat? Well, the present value savings was 1.3 million, 1.299, and I don't have the exact number of what the principal amount reduction was, but it was substantial. Well, as you can tell, with the present value savings of 1.3 million, it was a big number.
So is the present value the actual amount? So they took a $1.3 million hit on the bond? Is
No,
that
it
what
wasn't quite that high because it was
Okay,
also,
thanks.
yeah.
And then you said there's two others, the repayments of the loans that were advanced, and then you said service management agreements that were
Right,
owed.
and those are both also now gone.
Yes, and those are both negotiated down?
The management agreement was substantially,
Okay.
the other one was not.
The other one was not, and that was the one that was 10%?
Yeah, it was somewhere in that neighborhood, but it's gone.
Okay.
Any other questions from council? Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. And by the way, did the board approve the corrected budget, or did they approve the incorrect budget?
Well, the numbers, the difference was that one item. You know, they basically had an ending fund balance that was carried over wrong to the next column. They had approved I believe, the new version, but I can check that. And if they didn't approve the new version, we can get them together to approve that, no doubt.
Would you do that, please?
All right, I will.
Thank you. All right, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Are you ready?
Yeah. I don't see any other questions? No, I think not.
I move to approve the resolution approving the 2017 Highline Business Improvement District Operating Plan and Budget with the modifications of changing the date that it's approved, and what was the other one?
The date in the title from 2016 to 2017.
And the date in the title.
And the second, whereas needed, a complete date.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If we're ready to vote.
The vote is 6 in favor. The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Ron.
Very much.
Thank you.
Thank
Pat.
you. This brings us to the consent agenda items. We have about 9 of them on there. And because of that change, the agenda item is 6. I'm going to read through them. Consent agenda items can be adopted by a single motion. All ordinances must be read by title prior to a vote on the motion. Any consent agenda item may be removed at the request of a council member. Here we go. A is ordinance 29-2016, an ordinance on first reading approving an amendment to the agreement with Cunningham Fire Protection District to provide emergency dispatch services.
Full.
Item B is Resolution 45-2016. That's a resolution approving the Jameson Village Final Plat and Subdivision Improvement Agreement at 101 West Jameson Avenue.
Full.
Item C is Ordinance 35-2016, an ordinance on first reading approving a 5-year agreement with Advanced Data Processing Incorporated, a subsidiary of the Intermedix Corporation. And I need to comment that the contract on that had some issues that needed to be addressed. The city's attorney is aware of those. Mr. City Attorney.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. We had some problems with us getting access to the documents in the Cobblestone system, and so we had to get those resolved today. There are minor changes that I noticed today in reviewing those. They have to do with compliance with the Colorado Open Records Act, some issues with respect to the language as it applies to the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, and the HITECH Act with respect to medical records. And so they're kind of technical things, but I think they're in error. And so I have proposed a red line version to take back to Intermedix to see if they will approve those. But with those changes, I think that they could proceed.
So I have a question.
Yes,
So is there a need to approve this tonight? Can we wait until we get the nice finished version?
This is just first reading, so those changes can be made by the second reading. If they're not changes made by the second reading, then you can withdraw it from the approval until those changes are made.
So again, we have the motion's been read. Would anyone wish to pull it? Okay, at this point, then we'll vote on it. Item D is Ordinance 32-2016, an ordinance on first reading adopting the 2017 Littleton Emergency Medical Transportation Enterprise Fund budget. Item E is Ordinance 33-2016, an ordinance on first reading adopting the 2017 Littleton Sewer Utility Enterprise Fund budget. Item F is Ordinance 34-2016, an ordinance on first reading adopting the 2017 Littleton Stormwater and Flood Management Utility Enterprise budget. Item G is Ordinance 37-2016, an ordinance on first reading approving an amendment to the 2012 Master Lease Purchase Agreement between the City of Littleton and J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A., for the lease purchase of a fire platform truck. Item H is Resolution 60-2016, an intergovernmental agreement with Arapahoe County for continued use of digital trunked radio system. And item number I is certification of the November 1st, 2016 regular meeting minutes.
Bull.
Can I get a motion to approve the items remaining on the consent agenda?
Move to approve consent agenda items C, D, E, F, G, H.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for items C, D, E, F, G, and H. Any discussion? Ready to vote?
The vote is 6 in favor. The motion carries unanimously.
So this brings us back to the items that were pulled by council members, and the first one is Ordinance 29-2016. That was the ordinance on first reading, approving an amendment to the agreement with Cunningham Fire Protection District to provide emergency dispatch services, pulled by Councilmember Clark.
I just want to make a comment on this, and that is, my expectation is that when we get communications, especially attached to ordinances, that they're complete and they're accurate, and that's on first reading as well as second reading. There's no possible way that amending this agreement will generate an additional $334,000 a year unless we haven't been charging Cunningham anything for services that we have in the past. So I think we need to do a better job of writing the ordinances, making sure that they're accurate, that they correctly describe what's happening, and they give us the background that we need in order to make the proper decision.
Additional council comments. That was one also I had looking at that, because it seemed like my question obviously was, how had we been charging them in the past and by what arrangements? So I believe the fire chief can address that.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. Chris Armstrong, Fire Chief. Back in 2008, we signed an agreement with Cunningham Fire Protection District to provide them emergency dispatch services. And at the time, the agreement was to charge them a flat rate of $300,000 per year. What we're doing is going through and updating our agreements, and we're trying to bring Cunningham Fire District in line with the methodology that we're currently using for our existing fire partners in terms of dispatch services. So what we're going to be doing is charging them based on call volume with a 4% administrative fee. So it's actually taking them from $300,000 to $334,000 and change for 2017.
So the difference is $34,000, not $334,000.
That's correct.
Yes. So
for 2017. Because it's based on call volume, it'll fluctuate from year to year.
okay. The reason why we have first and second reading on ordinances is so that people get notified of what's taking place so that they can comment if they think that it's appropriate. And so it's important, I believe, that the stuff be accurate for first reading as well as second reading. And that's a comment on the contract issue too. Because if we publish it one way, knowing that it's incorrect, and bring it back a different way, then we've basically sidestepped part of the reason for having an ordinance. So thank you for coming down and explaining it, but I would like to have it in writing correctly, please.
Thank you, Fire Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
I need a motion and a second, and then if there's any further discussion before vote.
Move to approve the ordinance on first reading, amending the agreement with Cunningham Fire Protection District for emergency dispatch services, and to schedule a public hearing on December 6, 2016 at 6:30 p.m. in the council chamber.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Are there any other further comments? Are you ready to vote?
The The vote is 6 in favor. The motion carries unanimously.
This brings us to item B, Resolution 45-2016, a resolution approving the Jamison Village Final Plat and Subdivision Improvement Agreement at 101 West Jamison Avenue. It was pulled by Councilmember Clark.
Well, I'd like to have somebody present this because it looks to me like they're not meeting their open space requirement. PDRs, I don't have a copy of the PDR, but Plan Development Residential has a requirement of 50% open space for single-family houses. This is single-family attached. Looks to me like they might have, I don't know what they have. So somebody want to present the plat, what's going on here?
Do we have a staff member who could present this?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Pam Hall. I'm a planner with Neighborhood Services, Planning Department Neighborhood Services. I'll go ahead and do a presentation for you and hopefully be able to answer your questions.
Thank you.
Get it? Okay.
So Jamison Village submitted an application for final plat for 18 duplexes, 36 units on the 3-acre property that is zoned Plan Development Residential. It's located within the Jamison Village General Plan Development Plan, which was approved in 2014 by City Council for a maximum of 38 units. Back in the 1970s, South Suburban had acquired this project from Denver Water, and it was used as a maintenance facility until 2011 when it was closed. This 3-acre parcel was never intended to be park or open space property. Jamison Village LLC is under contract to purchase the property from South Suburban and construct 18 duplexes, which is 36 units. Here's a representation of the location. It's directly west of the hospital on Jamison Avenue. The property is surrounded on the north, east, and west by Southbridge Residential, and to the south, it's the Southbridge Retail Center. Per the plan development, these are 2-story homes. They're going to be attached in pairs or duplexes with rear-loaded garages. Okay, and density is the 38 units was the maximum required from the general plan development plan, and the proposal is for 36 units, and that's what we're doing tonight, is doing the final plat for those lots. Open space is 38% required, and the proposal is for 41.3%. We are, the requirement for parking was 2.58, and they're proposing 2.61 units. Setbacks are the same as what was proposed in the general plan development plan, with the north and south at 15 feet, east and west at 10 feet. And they met their architectural design, which was compatible with the general plan development plan. Their homeowners association will maintain the private 26-foot wide street that goes throughout the development. There are walkways inside the development. The existing sidewalk along the north side of on West Jameson Avenue will also be maintained by the HOA. There is no proposed pedestrian connection to the Southbridge development due to elevation changes in the topography. Okay, so where we are in the process. Back in August 24th of 2014, Planning Board recommended to City Council at the time a favorable recommendation to pass the General Plan Development Plan and the rezoning. City Council approved it back in October 7th, 2014. Jameson Village went before Planning Board on May the 9th of 16 with their preliminary plat, and now we're at the final plat stage before you at City Council. The last step in their process would be site development plan, which is administrative. Okay, this final plat and an SIA approval includes the plat map, which establishes the lots and easements, civil construction plans, subdivision improvement agreement for the public improvements, and a financial guarantee. So this has gone through staff analysis. It complies with the provisions of the subdivision regulations, compliance with Jameson Village Plan Development Plan, compliance with the comprehensive plan, compliance with existing and proposed development. We did receive comments from some of the affected agencies. They had no concerns with the project, and the ones that we did hear from were Arapahoe County, Denver Water, Tri-County Health, and Excel. We also have the will serve letters for Denver Water and Excel, and Jameson Village has entered into an easement agreement with the Southbridge Townhomes for their drainage easement that goes onto Southbridge Townhomes property. And then the recommendation for approval. So with that, questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So this plat is based on a rezone for the same section of property?
This plat is based on, the rezone was already approved. This plat is based on conformance of the rezone, yes.
Okay, and which PD plan is governing this?
Jameson Village General Plan Development Plan.
And that is how big?
3 acres.
How do you get a rezone on 3 acres?
It was already a planned development before, when it was South Suburban. It was already planned development when it was established.
Okay, but you can't, you have to have 4 acres to rezone.
Right, this is a planned development residential, and there is surrounding adjacent planned development residential. So you're now allowed to, you are allowed to rezone with, adjacent similar zone districts.
Okay, so how do you get to 38% open space? Because the zoning regulations require 50% for PDR single-family homes.
It was already approved that way. They're allowed to set their zoning. What you're basing the 50% on is straight zoning and not planned development.
What I'm basing the 50% on is 10-2-23D. Number 1, for single-family areas, there should be provided not less than 50% unobstructed open space. And for multiple family areas, not less than 25% unobstructed open space, including any private open space area. So I don't know what the square footage that you're calculating to get to your 41%. The tracks that are listed on page 1 include areas that can't be counted as open space because parking can't be counted as open space. So So it's kind of becoming a trust-based issue at this point.
It's based on multifamily.
Well, this isn't multifamily.
That's how the general plan development plan was approved.
Well, you're not building multifamily. You're building single-family attached. Perhaps, how about, maybe what we ought to do is postpone this, get a copy of the PD plan, and then we can address some of the questions on the PD plan. Does that sound okay?
Yes, and we can certainly do that.
Okay.
And that would probably help. We will also bring forward the definitions so that you can better see how we tied it to multifamily.
And it may be some of these questions would be answered by looking at the PD plan. So our next regular meeting is December 6th.
So let's see if council has an interest in at this point, we don't even have a motion or a second.
Let me try a motion.
We're not amending a motion yet because we don't have one.
So I move to postpone the resolution for the Jameson Village final plat and subdivision improvement agreement to December 6th.
Second.
Okay, with a motion and a second, what discussion do we have now? I have a little discussion. I think it just has to be clear to us. And so at this point, clearly to one council member, it wasn't clear in looking at it, and as I'm explaining it and trying to go through my information, it's not clear to me either. I don't have a memory of what we did in 2014 in regards to that open space issue. And so even if we had made an assumption back then, at this point, it's a fresh issue for us. I think we do need to have additional information, so I'm in support of the idea of...
Yeah, we agree with you, so we hear that, and we'll work towards that for future.
Okay. Are we prepared for a vote then? And can you restate the motion, please?
It's moving to postpone to the resolution approving the final plat to December 6th.
Yeah, I do not. Yeah, please come forward.
Do we need a second? Did we get a second? I thought we did. Okay.
Yeah, we have a motion and a second. We're waiting to vote.
Yeah, hi. I have a presentation in addition to what Pam showed, if you'd like to see it. We got the council approved the general plan development plan and the zoning. Would you like to see our presentation? Would that help?
Yeah, I think.
Can I suggest that we do that on December 6th? Because we haven't seen the PD plan.
Is it going to specifically answer the open space issue?
Well, I do have a copy of I can put a copy of the general plan development plan on the stick and show you that if that helps.
I think we need to have that given to us in our packet. That's my feeling.
Well, I think the question, the general plan development plan clearly states that you only need to meet 38% open space. Now, this is a recent development where we're defining what the product is. Is it multifamily? Is it single family? It's a duplex project. It's an attached product. I don't think there's a clear definition maybe in your code. I don't know. Staff seems to think it's multifamily. We certainly went through the steps to get the zoning approved, and we've been at this for over 2 years. If 3 years. For 36 units, we've been at this for 3 years. Right. We've actually dropped units from what was originally approved in the general plan development plan. We're only at 36 units, 38 is allowed. We're at 41.3% open space when only 38% is required. I think we've gone above and beyond what has been required of us. And with all due respect, we'd like to try to get some kind of resolution as soon as possible. We've got contractors set up, and I know that's not your problem, but we'd certainly like to get this resolved as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. I believe somebody can clarify for me, but I know that part of the reason why it's been delayed is in order to get an easement agreement that really had nothing to do with the city, as I understand. A good amount of the delay is based on that. So just clarity, I think, matters in that. So, council, we have a motion and a second, and it is to delay it to December 6th so that we can have specific information given to us in regards to the manner in which it's being treated in terms of single-family attached and the requirement for 50% open space versus the 38% that is presented in their plan. And any further discussion? Bill?
I wondered if our community development director could specifically address those questions to the point where we could move it to second reading if these are simple answers. Is there a...
It's a resolution, so it's, so it would be passed on the 6th.
I'm sorry, it's a resolution. So,
Yeah.
But can you answer those in a simplistic manner that enables us to know if this is single family or multifamily by code, and how we get to the open space requirements? Those were the two questions, correct?
And Jocelyn, if your preference is to take the time to go back and as you've expressed already, take the office time to put it together and present it to us.
By all means.
That's basically
Yeah.
what it is.
I'm not trying to rush you. I'm just saying if there is...
I'm happy to read to you the code so that you understand how the PD was approved, and then if you want more detail on the analysis, then certainly we can bring that forward. But just to give you the quick background on how is this considered multifamily for purposes of open space, is because of our zoning code and the definition that we have for dwelling unit for multiple family, and I can read that. Any building structurally divided into 2 or more separate dwelling units. So anything 2 or more in Littleton is qualified as multifamily. So therefore, when the PD came through, they were required for that open space for that multifamily percent.
Can I get a clarification on that? So anytime that there's a building that is a contiguous building, in other words, it's one basic structure, and it has more than one unit in it for sale, that's considered multifamily?
Yeah. Two or more, yes.
2 or more, correct. Okay, thank you.
So duplexes are multifamily?
Yes.
By definition.
Based on our code, yeah.
All right.
And what about the open space?
That would be, as Councilmember Clark pointed out, the difference, the 50% would be required for single-family product, and multifamily is the
25.
lower amount, the 25%, yeah.
Okay.
I have a question. So if there are driveways, is a driveway included as open space?
No. In our code, you cannot count your driveway towards the unobstructed open space.
I'm
No.
clarifying that now because there's something else that is on our agenda, so thank you.
Okay.
Jerry?
Do you have the single-family detached definition as well in front of you?
Yes.
That's the one that would require the 50%, is that correct?
Yes. So single-family dwelling is defined as a detached principal structure other than a mobile home designed and used as a single residence, single dwelling unit.
And it requiring the 50%.
That would be correct, yes.
Thank you.
Any other further discussion or questions by council? So my comment was that I was confused about what the requirement would be, and I couldn't clarify it with the documents given me. Jocelyn, you had suggested that you would take it back and review it and provide it for us. Is there something that you would have provided had you done that really we just haven't heard now, and we should be in a position to understand it as adequately now as we might in 2 weeks?
No, but what we would do is provide that analysis actually in the staff communication. So whether you ask for it for this, or we'll just start doing that in the future. But no, it would not be anything more than what I presented this evening, but just for you to be able to see that in writing.
Could you also calculate out how much is actually unobstructed open space that's appearing on the plat, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
that's, and are there any other things that you were wanting?
So would you like to continue with the motion in the second that you have, or?
Yeah,
do you have other-
I would still like to postpone it to the 6th, get the communication back, see what the calculation is on the plat for the unobstructed open space.
And the applicant has additional information.
I'm sorry, but the unobstructed open face as defined is 41.3%, which is well above the 25% required for multifamily. And in fact, it's well above what was required by the GPDP. And, I just want to reiterate, everything that occurred and everything that's been decided on up till now has caused us to spend quite a bit of money. And basically, our construction drawings are pretty close to being finished. And, I truly believe this isn't going to change after tonight with any kind of clarification. I think staff has done the best they can. We'd really like to get a ruling tonight, if possible. And of course, you can ask me any question you want. I do have a presentation if you want to see it. I got documents on my computer I brought. If there's any kind of document you want to see, we can pull that up.
Sir, on track B on your plat on page 1, you're listing it as 13,000 something square feet, and you're listing the purpose as common open space, guest parking, private sidewalks. I don't want to have to take my scale out, scale your drawing up, and try and calculate how much is parking and how much is otherwise. I think it's reasonable, if you're going to meet a requirement, for you to designate on the plat exactly what's unobstructed open space and how many square feet it is, so that I'm not out here trying to calculate it because you want to get something done quickly.
Well, I understand, but could we, as the GDP defines it as unobstructed open space, we met everything that's defined within that requirement, and we're at 41.3%.
That's what you're claiming.
I think you're asking what is just simply open space minus.
No, I'm asking for a specific document that we're approving that shows that you're meeting the claims that you're making tonight.
It matters, those calculations and exhibits are part of the SDP, which we worked through.
Those are on the site development plan, which we could, project for you. If the site development plan, which has been submitted, and it should be approved here shortly, we believe. All those calculations are on the front page of the site development plan.
So, thank you. Jocelyn, an additional question then, please. The situation for council is that we make a decision and it's the decision. That's the process. If there's question about something as significant as open space, I'm not comfortable making a decision when it seems like we may or may not have met that requirement, and it's not clear in anything that we've been provided. And then the suggestions made that the calculations exist on another document that we don't have, which may or may not be in a final process. So it's just kind of put us in a bind as a council to be able to be in a position where we're comfortable knowing that it's going to stand for the life of that property. So can you help us out a little bit with what he referred to?
It's referring to that the subdivision has to meet all of the requirements in the GPDP, and staff has found that to be met. What you all are asking, I believe, is just additional detail to verify that that is in fact the case.
On the plat, please. Yes.
In the staff communication and in the presentation materials, right?
I'd also like to see it on the plat because that's what we're actually approving. So
we were provided a copy of a final plat. Can you direct us maybe somewhere where there's a notation or something that would help us there?
In the hearing case, the attachment, the documents have that. So they have the proposed final plat in those materials.
Yeah, I'm looking at a final plat.
Yes, I don't believe they have what Councilmember Clark is asking. He's asking for comparison in that document of how it meets the GP.
Well, what this argument was about was something on the plat that shows which tracks are unobstructed open space and how much square footage is in each tract. Because it's not differentiated that I can tell.
Maybe we could have the projectionist put up the item that's called plat in our documents and see so that we all know what we're referring to. I don't know if you have that on your computer, if it's already keyed up or not.
May I introduce myself and speak to maybe something that will help while they're confirming?
Please, and if you'd identify yourself.
My name is Jason Monfort with J3 Engineering. I'm the civil engineer associated with the project. One of the things I thought I would mention that seems relevant is a plat document is a legal document defining lots, easements, things that would go into a legal description, describing the areas that go into our open space calculations, which we have been through many times with the city on the SDP.
So actually I'm going to interrupt you.
Absolutely.
If you don't mind. If you guys, just for purposes of looking at the final plat, that was one of the attachments in this agenda item. If you open that final plat and you look on the first page, it says tract table.
Yes.
And that outlines, if you read that, it lists the tracts, the area, the ownership, the maintenance, and then the purpose.
Yes. But if you look at Track B, for instance, Track B has a singular amount of 13,000 square feet, and it has multiple purposes, some of which are open space and some of which are not open space, or cannot be unobstructed open space.
Right. Yeah.
So
To further distinguish those specific uses within each of those tracts.
I would like to see something that says, because I'm approving the plat, I'm not approving the SDP. SDP comes after the plat. I either have to get my scale out, and I have to estimate how much is actually unobstructed open space to see if we're really meeting the 41% or the 38% or the 50% or the 25%, whatever else it is.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking for,
Okay.
please.
I have a question for Jocelyn before you
Please.
go away. Did you already do those calculations?
Did staff do the calculations relative to the requirement? Looking at other documents, yes, but I agree that the requirement is that that has to be in compliance with the GPDP. So we can certainly add that detail.
So you did the calculations and it did meet code? Okay, thank you.
It's just not spelled out for you to connect the dots, I think is what's being asked.
And thank you for being flexible. I appreciate it.
So just to summarize kind of where we're at, originally it had been suggested maybe that staff would be willing to bring back to us at the date that the motion reflects the clarification and some documentation. We've had additional discussion in which staff is stating that they have that information, they've worked on that information, they've seen that information. Engineering from the company who's the folks trying to do the work on the land there say they've provided that, and et cetera. So is that where we find ourselves at this point? We have certainty from the staff that that information has been available. It just wasn't provided to council in a manner we could look at. Is that where we're at? And I'm wondering if the Planning Commission brought it up. If anybody can remember if there was any issue of that in the Planning Commission where maybe it's within the record, but we don't have that. Yeah, any further discussion? This is an important issue. This is not a small issue we need to decide. Peggy?
It's not that I don't trust staff, but we're dealing with a decision based on documents that are presented to us that are also accessible to the public today and after the fact. And I think it's important that we have the documents as part of the official record that we see before we approve something. I know that is not going to make some people happy if that's the way we vote, but I think that is an important principle that we have adhered to, I think, in my 9 years on council, and I cannot see a reason not to continue to do that.
Any other comments, Bill?
I would just encourage council that when we spot something in a packet that we don't think is incomplete or could lead to I think if I'm reading Jocelyn correctly, it would not take a lot of time to build up a comparison table or make sure that the information is contained and could have gotten us tonight. When we get our packets on Thursday, we have plenty of time to review them. If there's something in there that bothers us, we should pick up the phone and call Jocelyn or Mr. Ralph and get it squared away then instead of doing this in a public format. And it would also accelerate things so that we can get them done on a more timely basis.
So a question for you, Jocelyn. If we were to decide to act on this tonight, is there any provision that we could also act on that would ensure that the open space requirement is met? I guess that's a question for the attorney. Because
well, we can defer to legal, but you could make a condition that staff verify that to make sure that it actually is met. And I appreciate the conversation about the detail. I am sorry for the applicant and that we didn't have that in our template, and certainly from now on we will. My bad, we were going off of what we've been providing in the past, which isn't fair, so.
I don't know how we pass a conditional.
Well, you can make a contingent on having that evidence presented to council to satisfy your question. And if that evidence is there, then the approval is done. If they can't satisfy that condition, then the approval would be withheld until that condition is satisfied.
Well, and normally the mayor would sign, or the document would be signed. I would hold off signing that document until that information was provided to council and council was satisfied. I mean, that's a fact.
Yes, you can do that.
Could that be done?
Any further discussion? Go ahead, please.
I'm not going to vote for a delay on this. I'm going to vote against the delay. I think that the information that we have here is sufficient for me. I think that a double check is fine. But this has been, clearly they're exceeding the open space requirement. I get the duplex, single family, that makes complete sense. So I don't have the same concerns or issues with it. And I agree that 3 years on this project, regardless of responsibility on that, is a very long time to complete 36 duplexes. So another delay, in my opinion, at this point is not necessary. I think staff has done their job, and if we need to have a condition in there, I would be fine with that. Hence, I'm not going to support this motion. If it fails, then I would suggest we come back with another motion to support what the attorney mentioned.
So any further discussion on the motion that's on the floor, which is the motion presented by Councilmember Clark?
Okay.
Yes. Did I hear you say that this is how we've been doing them in the past anyway?
Generally, yes, at least in the time that I have been aware of.
Okay, but that's how it's been since you've been here. And you've been here how long?
A year.
Okay, cool. Thanks. So it seems to me that the acting city attorney said that we can do a conditional approval or denial. Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. Further discussion? Ready to vote on the amendment?
So, Jerry, would you clarify what you just said about conditional approval?
Yeah, after you.
But you can approve the resolution as submitted with the condition that staff gives you the certification you need that the open space requirements are met.
Okay,
if they can't satisfy that condition, then the approval has not been made.
If we reject the motion, the current motion, we would amend the motion with that condition?
Correct.
Okay.
And the mayor does not sign it until its condition is met.
The mayor reviews it, yeah.
So are we ready to vote on Councilmember Clark's motion and second? I don't know if I need to reread it into the record or if it's adequate at this point. I think we've got it in the record, so.
Oh, you want, I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Do I need to reread that into the record?
I can reread it for you.
Would you just so we?
No problem. Councilmember Clark. Oop. Sorry. Moved, and Councilmember Cole seconded to postpone the resolution for Jamison Village final plat and subdivision improvement agreement to December 6, 2016.
Okay, ready to vote?
Yes is in favor, no is not. Oh, sorry. There you go.
So yes is in favor of that change in date, and no is not.
The vote is 1 in favor and 5 opposed. Councilmember Clark is in favor. The motion fails 1 to 5. Sorry.
So could I get a motion and a second on the resolution that we're actually working with initially, and that's the resolution to approve the Jamison Village final plat subdivision improvement agreement 101 West Jamison Avenue, and that's resolution 45-2016. If I could have somebody make that motion with the clarifications we wanted in it.
I move to approve the resolution for Jamison Village final plat and subdivision improvement agreement conditional upon staff certification of open space.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion?
The vote is 5 in favor, with Councilmember Clark voting no. The motion carries 5 to 1.
This brings us to the other item on the consent agenda that was pulled, Councilmember Clark. It's item I, which is 16-263, the certification of the November 1st, 2016 regular meeting minutes.
I move to approve based on City Clerk's certification November 1, 2016 video as the minutes for the November 1, 2016 regular meeting of the City Council.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Ready to vote.
The vote is 5 in favor, with Councilmember Clark voting no. The motion carries 5 to 1.
Now we're back to
Now we're back to normal.
Yeah.
Give me a moment while I look at my agenda and make sure we're in the right place here. So we're going to ordinances for second reading at this time, which is the amended number 7 on the agenda. We have several ordinances. Each one will require a public hearing. What I'd like to do is, as we zip through these, which I know we will try to do, we'll take a break at some point probably during them,
Just laughing too
because
hard.
I just don't know that we can get through them in the time. So this is going to be an ordinance on second reading. It's ordinance 23-2016. It's an ordinance on second reading to approve a services agreement and joinder agreement with the Colorado Information Sharing Consortium and Numerica for a law enforcement data warehouse, presented by the Chief of Police.
Good evening, Council. Doug Stevens, Chief of Police. The ordinance as proposed here is basically we're changing vendors on a service that we participated in for a number of years. The Colorado Information Sharing Consortium, CISC, currently consists of approximately 50 Colorado law enforcement agencies. It's managed by a board of directors comprised of agency heads or their representatives and a full-time director, and their job is to manage the consortium and the information. It was originally formed as a means for law enforcement agencies to share access to each other's data in real time, basically our records management systems and our CAD data, utilizing a software platform called CopLink. The LPD has been a member of the agency, a member agency in CISC since 2008, and we regularly utilize this system to provide vital information to officers in the field and also for follow-up investigations by detectives. CopLink is a proprietary software platform operated by IBM, and the CISC board has determined that member agencies will be better served by changing system administrators to a Colorado company called Numerica. and changing the name of CopLink to the Colorado, or the Law Enforcement Data Warehouse. The proposed ordinance, as a result of this change, the software administrators, change in software administrators, all member agencies are required to complete new service and joiner agreements with CISC in America. The proposed ordinance will allow the Littleton Police Department to continue to utilize the data sharing services provided through the CISC, as we have successfully done since 2008. I anticipate an increase in costs from $70 per officer to $76 per officer for this change results in approximately $500 increase per year for the department. Any questions?
Questions for the Chief of Police? Doesn't appear there are any.
He has a gun.
Not loaded.
Sure.
Thank you, Chief. This requires a public hearing. I'd like to open the public hearing at 7:34. I have the sheet for A, and I have no one signed up. And not seeing anyone additionally, I will close the public hearing at 7:34 in a few seconds.
I move to approve the ordinance on second reading, approving a service agreement and joinder agreement with the Colorado Information Sharing Consortium and America for the Law Enforcement Data Warehouse.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Are you ready to vote?
The vote is 6 in favor. The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Chief.
Thanks, Chief.
This brings us to item B, ordinance 20-2016. It's an ordinance on second reading adopting the 2017 fee schedule, and presented by our Finance Director.
Good evening, Council. Doug Farman, Finance Director. Each year during the budget process, city staff reviews the citywide fees. A lot of these fees are charges for services, and the city looks to make sure that we are recapturing and recovering the costs of providing those services. And the ordinance tonight, which would adopt the 2017 fees, encompasses a lot of these charges for services such as building permit fees, plan review fees. And tonight there are two proposed changes to the 2016 fees going into 2017. And the two changes would be for the sewer utility user charges, which would be a 2% change for next year. And then the storm drainage utility fees as a 3.2% charge increase. That would be $1 per single-family residence annual fee for storm drainage. I can answer any questions regarding those fees council may have.
Any questions? I don't see any questions from council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like to make a statement?
No, not until after the motion's done.
Okay.
Actually, be an amendment.
Okay, this is a public hearing. I'll open the public hearing at 7:36. Looking at the sheet for this item, I don't show anyone who's signed up for it. I don't see anybody in the room who would like to speak. I'll close the public hearing at 7:37.
I move to approve the ordinance on second reading, adopting the 2017 fee schedule.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion or comments?
I'd like to move to amend to keep the sewer charges at no increase. And I think the fact that we've got $20 million in reserve, actually $23 million in reserve, that we're grossly undercharging for tap fees. We actually don't know how much the future capital costs will be, that we're projecting rate increases that affect Littleton and Connector sewer districts but don't affect Sterling Ranch, who has a fixed increase specified in the contract, all lead us to not increase the rates that existing users pay to handle growth, which is basically what's happening. I think we need to have a more comprehensive look at setting rates for sewers that would include tap fees and user rates. But just to arbitrarily increase it 2% when we're sitting on $20 million or more of reserve, we don't really know what our future capital costs are. We haven't increased tap fees in 8 years. Tap fees aren't covering the costs of the current expansion, and they certainly wouldn't cover the costs of the new capital equipment, half of which is going to service growth because we're running flow rates at about half of what the design capacity of the plant are. So I'm not in favor of increasing the rates yet again for existing sewer users.
Sorry, excuse me, we don't have a second.
Yeah, we did. Bill did.
Well, we have a
I'm
motion
sorry,
and
I
a
did
second
not
on the
hear him.
original,
I
but we don't have a
apologize.
well, we have a motion and a second on the original. And then we have Councilmember
There's
Clark,
not a second on his amendment.
who's making a motion, and we don't have a second.
Right.
It was a long motion.
So could you restate,
all that
could you
in the motion?
restate the motion, and we'll look for a second. Doug, if you could restate the motion in 25 words or less.
25 words or less.
This is what I have. Councilman-
There you go, thanks.
Councilmember Clark moved to amend to keep sewer charges at no increase.
I have a memory of that, yes.
All righty.
Said it crying.
Now have a motion. Do we have a second? I'm not hearing a second. So now that brings us back to our original motion, which is the motion and second to approve the ordinance on second reading adopting the 2017 fee schedule. Any further discussion? Ready to vote? This is ordinance 20-2016.
The vote is 5 in favor, with Councilmember Clark voting no. The motion carries 5-1.
This brings us to item C, which is ordinance 26-2016. It's an ordinance on second reading, granting a temporary easement to Civil and Environmental Engineering Department, Colorado State University, for a stream bed study in the South Platte Park.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I believe we have Luke Flores here this evening, who's going to have a short presentation on this issue.
And Luke was here at the first reading. Is that correct? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Luke. I'm a graduate student in the Civil and Environmental Engineering Department at CSU. I'm here to speak in favor of the ordinance. The plan is to install 11 temporary monitoring wells in the South Platte Park along the South Platte River. The wells will be monitored to provide data for a stream aquifer analysis study revolving around the interactions between a stream and its underlying aquifer. South Suburban Park serves as an ideal location for the study due to its alluvial aquifer and the existence of 4 municipal water supply wells that are already in use and are managed by Centennial Water and Sanitation District. The ultimate goal of the project is just to provide insight into how streams interact with aquifers, and in particular when aquifers are overpumped. And so drawdowns become so severe that what can happen is a phenomenon called stream flow depletion, where rivers will start to lose their water into the aquifer. And in extreme cases, the river can even run dry. So understanding this process is of critical importance in regions like Colorado that are semi-arid, so water management practices can be practical and sustainable. The results of the study will be presented in an academic journal and hopefully will be referenced as a valid case study for water resource decisions throughout the entire South Platte River Basin. Moreover, the results will be presented in engineering classes at CSU to provide applications for groundwater hydrology, and the study as a whole will serve as the basis for a master's thesis, and namely mine. The study will run until spring of 2017, at which point the wells will be removed in accordance with state regulations. The study is jointly funded by the Colorado Water Conservation Board and Water and Environmental Systems Technology Incorporated, and so there's no cost to the city. We have already received the approval of both South Suburban Parks and Recreation, and we have the full cooperation of Centennial Water and Sanitation District for the use of their pumping wells. So I ask that you vote in favor of the ordinance so we can fully begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Luke. And this is a public, any questions for Luke? I'm sorry. Council questions for Luke?
Luke, I have a couple questions. So specifically, it looks like 4 wells.
So I was looking at the proposal that had been written by the city, which I did not write, so I'm not sure who wrote that, but we're installing 11 monitoring wells at 5 different locations. And so at 2 locations, you have 3 nested wells, so they're at different depths, but they're within the same sort of arm length away from each other.
Okay, yeah, we do have a map that indicates 10 monitoring wells, and then I'm not sure what the red...
The red are where the existing pumping wells already are.
Okay, so you will be using those also?
Yes.
Okay, so this is fascinating. I think this is really interesting, and I'm really glad you're doing it. What I'd like to know is upon completion of this, is there any opportunity to share a presentation with Centennial Sand and the City Council? I think what's and you may be well aware of this, but there's a much larger conversation going on about the water in the river and about the affluent and about the fact that we're so close to Chatfield and then the reallocation of the Chatfield water and how that all affects everything. And while this won't really be inclusive of the Chatfield issue, I do think it's interesting because of our relationship with Centennial Sand and the Marcy Gulch. That's right upstream from there. The aquifers that you refer to, are they owned by Centennial Sand?
Well, the aquifer, I mean, there are water rights. People have rights to the water. The aquifer itself, I'm not sure. People have rights to pumping. I don't know if they're, I shouldn't say too much because I'm not entirely sure. I don't know if aquifers themselves are issued out that people have rights to.
Okay.
Parts of stream segments are where people do have rights to.
Okay. I think it'll just be very fascinating to find what you find out about the aquifer's effect on the river and how that may affect rights. So this is, thank you for doing this.
All data, everything we get will be given to the city.
You're going to need to explain it, though. Thank you.
Who's going to, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Who's going to own the data?
Luke does. Owns an interesting question. I guess it would be me and my advisor who's currently at a conference. And that's why he's not here. The data, though, would be public. It's not so much that we would keep this and not, anybody who wants it, it'll be available.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Luke. Any other questions? Make sure.
Yeah, I'd just like to commend Luke as well. This is important work, and it really addresses the effects on riparian areas, and it's not just here, it's a lot of other areas around too. So that's outstanding stuff, and really look forward to it. I'm sure there are a lot of other colleges that have environmental programs that could use that work. Thank you.
Additional comments for Luke or anyone else? Okay. It's a public hearing. I'd open the public hearing at 7:46. I do not have anybody who's signed up. Is there anyone who would like to speak? And I don't see anyone, so we'll close the public hearing at 7:46. And a few seconds later, do I have a motion?
I move to approve the ordinance on second reading granting a temporary construction easement to Colorado State University's Civil and Environmental Engineering Department for a stream bed study in South Platte Park.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? I just have one comment. I want to add that part of the issue of why this area deserves this kind of look is evident to people that are familiar with the cottonwoods. The cottonwoods exist in the land adjacent to the river, and they've been fed by the overflows for many, many, many years. And when that overflow isn't occurring, they're pulling it out of the soil, and it's just not adequate. And so there's been some agreements in the South Park Greenway to provide irrigation to some of those cottonwoods out of some of that aquifer by sand and gravel down there to try to keep them going. And this is an extension to that whole issue is how do we keep these items going next to a river when it's aquifer fed vegetation now. So, I mean, that's just part of it, but it's really important to us in Littleton. So thank you, Luke. Ready for a vote?
Yeah, can I comment too? The whole aquifer issue, not just that one, but many the aquifers that are feeding, giving water to this area knowing more about what's happening to those. And of course, there's been some significant talk in the last several years of how we're drawing down the aquifers. And the straw is eventually going to suck up nothing. Well, it'll suck up dirt, I guess. So really valuable information, possibly.
Thank you. Ready to vote? We have a motion and a second, and this will be on Ordinance 26-2016, ordinance on second reading, granting a temporary easement to the Civil and Environmental Engineering Department at CSU for a streambed study in South Platte Park.
The vote is 6 in favor. The motion carries unanimously.
This brings us to item D. This is Ordinance 24-2016. It's an ordinance on second reading, approving the modification of the term of the Master Services Agreement with Comcast Cable Communications Management, LLC, for telecommunications connectivity services. And in talking to the city attorney and the city manager, they've asked that we pull this, and they want to look at the contract again. If you want to just make a comment so we know.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I think there's still some question about what Comcast might be able to do in the contract, and I think it's the indemnification piece we're still wrestling with. So we don't have a clear answer, so we're just asking this be postponed here to the next available meeting, which again I think would be December 6th. December 6th.
Can I get a motion to do that, to postpone this ordinance 24-2016 to December 6th?
So moved.
I'd love to postpone something that will pass.
Yeah.
I move we postpone the second reading.
I moved.
And I second.
I second. So Peggy is a
Don't get so excited.
motion and Jerry is the second.
All right.
Okay. And any other further discussion, or are we ready to vote?
We need
yes
the
voted.
public hearing opened, Mayor.
Yeah, it'll be to move this to, we still need to do a public hearing even if we're going to postpone it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. Thank you.
Well,
Sorry, my mind was on public hearings for each of them. I'd already typed it. Sorry.
but if we postpone it, the second reading and the public hearing, then the public hearing would be December 6th, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So the correct motion is to postpone.
I said if we postpone the second reading and the public hearing, then they'd both be at December 6th, which makes more sense because if we have a modification of the contract,
Great.
then people would know about that during.
Great.
Good. To address it at the public hearing.
And Peggy, would you still or no, Jerry, would you still?
Yeah.
Peggy and Jerry make the motion in second that reflects that. Just on discussion, is there any discussion item that we should be aware of tonight before we do that? Because I know, Doug, you had some issues with that contract.
No, that was my issue, was the indemnification.
Okay. Ready to vote?
The vote is 6 in favor. The motion carries unanimously.
This brings us to item E. It's an ordinance 25-2016. It's an ordinance on second reading approving a rezoning and an amended Riverside General Planned Development Plan located at 5,000 and a portion of 4900 South Prince Street. And someone to present this for us. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I'm Andrea Minall with the planning staff. And tonight we've got second reading on an item to approve a rezoning and planned development plan for a project known as Plat 56. The Plat 56 proposal includes proposed rezoning from PDC, which is Planned Development Commercial, to PDR, Planned Development Residential. The plan proposes multifamily development on 2.99 acres. The density is up to 19 dwelling units per acre with a maximum of 56 units. And building height up to 3 stories with an option for a rooftop deck. And then trip generation is estimated by a traffic study to be approximately 331 trips per day. The process for this application is in 3 separate parts. Tonight we're looking at the amended general plan development plan and rezoning. There was a public hearing before the Planning Commission on October 24th, and there was a recommendation of approval. Tonight is the public hearing before City Council. Should the project be approved, the next step will be to work on the platting of the property. There's preliminary and final plat, and then finally there is a site development plan. The purpose of the site development plan is to produce a plan that meets all of the requirements of the platting and the zoning provisions that are established through the general plan development plan. The Plat 56 project is located on Prince Street, north of the Walgreens on Bellevue Avenue. And you may know that that's a vacant site. It's been vacant for over 20 years. To the north are the Riverside Apartments, and it lies along the Mary Carter Greenway and the Platte River, and also has commercial development to the east and industrial across the river to the west.
You said it's been vacant for 20 years. What was there before?
I said 20 years because the original general plan development plan was approved in 1983. So that's where I came up with that.
It's an encampment.
Encampment.
This is the street view of the subject property, and you can see the Riverside Apartments in the background. And here is an illustration of that Riverside General Plan Development Plan. It includes all 3 parcels, Riverside on the north, Walgreens on the south, and then the proposed rezoning in the middle. So with this GPDP, there are some site design standards that are proposed. The setbacks would be applicable to the exterior of the site. So in other words, around the perimeter of the site as opposed to on each lot. And we're looking at, on the west, 7.5 feet, north is 5, east is 8, and south is 10. There's a provision to orient the units that face the river onto the river, and for those units that are adjacent to Prince Street, that they be oriented towards Prince Street. There's a special provision for alley design, and that would include garage doors that would be frosted glass, and also use of colored scored concrete. Purpose of that is to create an amenable atmosphere within the internal drive. And then the open space, the minimum amount of required open space for multifamily development is 25% of the overall development. The GPDP also proposes to have 2 access points to the river. Now, each of the units that front onto the Greenway would have individual access. There would be a minimum of 2 access points for the rest of the residents of the development. And there would be patios, decks, and/or rooftop decks for each of the units. Okay, moving on to the architectural style. The applicant is proposing what they call ballpark style. It's influenced by ballparks such as the one in Denver. And it features really brick and corrugated metal. And they may have patios and porches. The height allowance is 3 stories, can go up to 48 feet, and 4 stories would be a maximum for 52 feet. Now, the Planning Commission, when they reviewed this last month, added a recommendation for a condition of approval that that height be clarified. As it turns out, that fourth story is really intended to have an access portal for a rooftop deck. And so it would be limited, the fourth story, just to that access portal. It would not be a complete fourth full story. And the height would be limited to 52 feet.
You're talking like a shaft type structure?
That's right, where the stairs come up, so and then you walk out onto that deck.
Thank you.
With respect to parking, the project proposes 2 spaces per unit to be within a garage, and then there's additional guest parking, and that's at a rate of 0.28 spaces per unit. So the ratio is 2.28 for each unit. I put together this chart. There's a copy of it in your staff communication, and it shows the existing zoning on the PDC site as it is now compared to what's being proposed. And so under the commercial zoning, the floor area ratio approved is 3:1. And the net density, of course, is not applicable because it's for commercial uses. Building setbacks are none except for site triangle. And unobstructed open space is 65%. Maximum building height is none, except when you come within 150 feet of single-family residential. And I'll add that there is actually no single-family residential within 150 feet of this property. And so just to compare that to what's being proposed, moving to multifamily residential, up to 19 units per acre, maximum 56 units, and establishing some setbacks around the perimeter, and establishing parking, and unobstructed open space moves to 25% minimum. And again, the height that we just went over with the last slide. 4-story units, 52 feet, 3-story up to 38. Okay, moving on to the analysis. There are 3 components to the staff analysis. The first one is rezoning from PDC to PDR. The next one is amendment to the Riverside GPDP. And then there's the applicable criteria, and that's where we get into meeting the criteria for zoning map amendments, compatibility with the policies of the citywide plan. There's also a Centennial Neighborhood Plan that's applicable to this project, and then we have criteria for planned development districts. Now, starting first with the zoning map amendment, the criterion to rezone to a new letter on the zoning map is that you must have at least 180,000 square feet. And so this rezoning piece in and of itself does not meet the 180,000 square feet, but you can count the property that is adjacent to it if it is the same letter designation. So you can see the Riverside Apartments to the north is approximately a little more than 10 acres. So the 2 properties taken together create a freestanding district that exceeds the 180,000 square feet. In terms of the comp plan, we've addressed the vision for the future of Littleton, and that is Littleton will value livability, diversity, and progress, value the importance of its citizens and its natural resources, strive for sustainability in economic, environmental, and social decisions, and raise the bar to increase the quality of community and economic development. The staff's analysis at the Plat 56 will provide a high-density residential environment that is highly livable and distinct from other housing in the area. Plat 56 makes use of existing infrastructure, including the Platte River Corridor, the Mary Carter Greenway, and helps achieve the city's vision of economic and environmental sustainability. And then finally, the location and design of Plat 56 raises the bar on the quality of community development. Policy 1.6 is to generate more opportunities for residents to live, shop, and play where they work, and to work, shop, and play where they live. The location of Plat 56 is within easy walking distance of shopping and to the river and to employment centers in Littleton and proximity to the regional rail system as well, thus generating more opportunities for its residents to live, shop, and play in one location. Goal 2 of the comprehensive plan is about an outdoor Littleton. And I've paraphrased this a little bit here. Capitalize and expand upon Littleton's valuable resources, including the South River, Platte River, the parks, trails, and views. Make these resources as available to the public as possible while protecting and enhancing them. The multiple unit housing adjacent to the river and with access to the trail provides activation to this area along the Mary Carter Greenway. Policy 4.3 is to encourage high-quality design, architecture, landscape architecture throughout Littleton. The subject property has been vacant since the approval of the Riverside GPDP over 20 years ago. Its location on a dead-end street, combined with its lack of visibility from Bellevue, has likely been an impediment to its development for commercial uses. And the Plat 56 is committed to high-quality architecture and well-planned landscaping, and together these characteristics of Plat 56 make it consistent with this goal and related policies. All right, I'm moving on to the Centennial Neighborhood Plan. There's one applicable land use policy, and that is that any development proposal be carefully scrutinized to assure adequate buffering and compatibility between residential and commercial neighborhoods. The proposal appears to provide a layout for a close-knit residential development for neighbors to no neighbors, as well as good transition between the apartments to the north and the commercial uses to the south. There have been some questions at Planning Commission and elsewhere about setbacks to the Mary Carter Greenway, and so I put together this slide this afternoon, and what I've tried to do is estimate as best I could the property line that runs between the Greenway and these private properties, and that's shown in red. And so we talked about the setback for the Plat 56 townhomes, and they're generally all about 7.5 feet setback from that property line, as shown in the illustrative plan and as what's captured in a setback standard on the GPDP. You can compare that to the north with the Riverside apartments, and the situation there is a little bit different because where you see in front of Plat 56, there are the two trails where the one on the west bulges out a bit, comes closer to the property line, and then it folds back in. And so it may be that it appears that those buildings are set back a lot further. In fact, some of them are. They are generally offset so that they're angled on the property, and what I calculated was that at the closest points, those buildings to the property line range between 2.9 and 20 feet.
A quick question on that. So when I was over there, it looks like the property line is quite a ways away from the river. About how many feet is the property line from the river?
Well, I haven't done that calculation. Okay, the applicant will address that.
Thank you.
All right, and then moving on to the third section, this is the staff analysis of the Planned Development District criteria. The intent of a Planned Development District is to promote the public health, safety, and general welfare by allowing more flexible development based on a comprehensive integrated plan. I have just picked out a few of these that I thought were more important. And by the way, the complete analysis of all three sections that we're addressing tonight is in your staff report. So number 3 is to encourage innovative development or redevelopment of all land uses to meet the contemporary needs of the community by providing for greater variety and a mix of uses. The proposed Plat 56 will provide housing that takes advantage of its proximity to the Mary Carter Greenway and the Platte River by providing private open space that fronts the Greenway and river and creating pedestrian access to the Greenway for all residents of the development. And further, the internal driveway will be enhanced by the use of colored pattern concrete on the drive surface. The proposal to create a design together with the architectural design will appeal to a demographic looking for an urban design together with a low-maintenance property. Criterion number 5 is to require that the nature intensity of development be supported by adequate open space and to minimize impacts on adjacent, existing, and future development. The open space, as proposed on the GPDP, proposes a minimum of 25% within the development. Access to the adjacent greenway and river will also serve the residents of this development. Plat 56 is an urban-style development in which amenities such as shared open space and pools are traded for high quality of design in terms of architectural style and required decks. The project's location along the Greenway gives easy access to one of the city's greatest amenities and a safe route to walk or bike downtown and employment opportunities. There's also been a discussion about density for this project, and so the applicant has provided this chart. Staff has reviewed it, and it's generally fairly accurate, quite accurate. And you can see highlighted in yellow is the Plat 56, and is compared to Aspen Grove, among others, 5151 downtown, which used to be known as Alexan. We've got Amalie, and then there's also the Nevada Street condo. And so you can see that the Plat 56 at 18.48, that's with the 56 units, is somewhat on the low end of those multifamily apartment complexes. Criterion number 5 of the Planned Development District relates to impacts and compatibility to adjacent uses. And so we have adjacent uses that are commercial, that are south and west of the subject property, and traffic should not impact access to the retail shops, nor should parking. Plat 56 proposes to provide adequate parking for its residents and guests. And then to the apartments to the north, the density of the Riverside apartments is 23 dwelling units per acre, which compares to the Plat 56's 19 units per acre, and the similar densities should provide a compatibility.
And the ones on the north are in Inglewood?
No, it's those are in the city of Littleton too, all part of this Riverside General Plan Development Plan. I believe the city limit line is just north of those Riverside apartments.
Thank you.
Staff recommendation. The staff is finding that the proposed GPDP and rezoning meets the minimum size requirement for a zoning district. It complies with the goals and policies of the comp plan. It promotes the general welfare of the community and meets the intent of a planned development district. We are including the 2 conditions of approval that the Planning Commission included in their recommendation, and that is to revise the application to require any increase in building height to be approved by the city. There's essentially a typo in the plan that allowed the developer to raise the height. So that's have that changed on the plan. And the other has to do with height, which I mentioned earlier. And just again, that 4th story would be limited to an access portal to a rooftop deck and at 52 feet in height. The 3-story would stay at a maximum of 48 feet in height.
Question. So 48, is that the peak, or is it the peak, or is it the middle?
Well, the way we measure height in the city is at the midpoint of a peaked roof. I think the applicant can probably talk to you more about the roof style and how that would be measured.
As well as the access?
Yes.
So is that 52 on top, is the top of the access portal?
At the top of the access portal. If the access portal is a flat roof, then that would be the very top. But the applicant can clarify that.
Thank you.
Clarification? Because, Sherry, if I understand you right, you're to the top of the portal, I think it says 52 feet, and 48 to the top of the roof ridge.
No, the way it's measured is at the midpoint. It's not the actual top. Correct?
That's right.
Right.
Because it says here the top of the roof ridge.
Oh, in the PD plan? Well, I apologize. If it says that in the PD plan, that's the guiding rule, and that would overrule what's in the zoning code. So you'll find in your packet an ordinance prepared for approval of this plan with the conditions mentioned a moment ago, and it's ordinance 25-2016, and it's an amended general plan development plan for 5,000 South Prince and a portion of 4,900 South Prince Street.
Any additional questions?
I had one. Andrea, you explained that there are two common access points from the full development down to the river. And then each individual unit that fronts on the river has its own access point.
That's right.
So there are 3 buildings. It looks like there are 3 units per building. So that would be a total of 11 access points to the river. Is that correct?
I can address that.
Yeah, that's probably best addressed by the applicant.
Okay.
I don't know the number of that are directly fronting on
Okay.
off the top of my head.
There's no questions of Andrea. We have a choice. We can have the applicant present now, or we can do the public hearing. Would you like to hear from the applicant at this point?
I would.
Okay, please, sir.
Thanks, Andrea.
Mayor and council members, thank you, and thank you for your service. My name is Jeremy Records. I'm with Central Development. We are the developer on the project. This presentation will be joined by Mike Woodley, the architect on the project, and Justin Hay, the landscape consultant on the project. Andrea did a fantastic job of covering almost everything, so I will breeze through some of the stuff she's already covered. Again, with the site plan, you guys know where it is at this point, but I think what's important to understand is how transitional this site is. This is your northern boundary of Littleton, and there's been a lot invested in Riverside Downs in that Bellevue area. And so what we kind of look at ourselves as is a buffer to the rougher north side where there's outdoor storage and whatnot. We actually started off with you already saw the elevation, but we started off with a contemporary farmhouse plan, thinking about Littleton and the rural character of Littleton, but it didn't feel right in that area because it is transitional. And so that's when we went to the ballpark style. So we think that we're kind of fitting in and buffering your northern boundary. We also have a great opportunity to use existing infrastructure. That's part of your code. We need to relocate a sewer line and a water line, but other than that, the existing infrastructure meets our criteria. In fact, going from PUD commercial to PUD residential will actually lower the impact on infrastructure in that general area. So we will have a lower impact than what was there. And as Andrea mentioned, this site was zoned and the PUD was approved back in 1983. There are definitely economic factors with the ups and downs, but what really sealed the deal on this no longer being a commercially viable site is when Walgreens went in. Walgreens took the frontage off Bellevue, and as you know, retail needs to be visible. It also needs traffic counts, and Prince is a dead-end street. So that really took this site out of a commercial viability, which is why we would like to get it back into productivity as an infill site. What we are asking, again, is to change the zoning from PUD commercial to PUD residential. What we anticipate doing are 56 townhome units. They're for sale. It is multifamily per the International Building Code. We will have 3-story units. 28 of the units, as Andrea mentioned, will have the 4th-story deck with the portal up to the deck. 10 of the units will have a 3rd-story penthouse with a rooftop deck with a living space attached to it. Those will be main floor living units. We have 8 different units, so we're really trying to diversify here. We have 8 efficiency carriage units, which are smaller in size and will be lower in price range. As Andrea mentioned, all units have 2-car garages. And the units we have on the east side have views of the river, and we'll actually be able to some degree engage with the river. As far as balconies and decks and whatnot, the units on the east side have mountain views. It really surprises you with all the development to the west, but you can stand on that site on grade level and see the mountains. So when you get to the second and third level and rooftop deck, it's going to be stunning. So as far as density, we covered this a little bit. We were asking in the PUD for a 25% density. That is what is acceptable in the RX zone districts. It's also the R4 districts, the R5 districts, and the PUD residential districts. So our development plan right now shows 30% open space. That being said, I look at the rooftop decks and is a definite amenity. So when you add the rooftop decks on top of that, we are well over any required amount of open space. And that's really the amenity we're trying to bring to our end users. The other way to mention density, is Andrea hit on, is through number of units per acre. And as you can see, the Riverside Apartments to the north of us, which is now called Greenleaf Apartments, is 25 units per acre. We're at 18. So we are actually going lower in density the closer we get into downtown, which is a little bit different. I see, do you need to look at that a little bit longer? I saw some squinting. Or did you get it?
That's just our age.
Okay. As far as transportation, we love this site. It's ideally located for transport. We already have a lit intersection at Prince. Our traffic report shows no additions are going to be needed to Prince. Again, we are actually decreasing the amount of traffic that will be handled at that intersection versus going commercial. The trail system is obviously standing right out there. The access to the trails, the connectivity to downtown Littleton, to Chatfield Reservoir, to downtown Denver, and you can even hop on the Cherry Creek Trail and head into Cherry Creek. So we love the connectivity. The idea of somebody coming home from work, grabbing their bike and going for a ride, we think is tremendous. There's also, with that trail system, there's a pedestrian underpass, which you don't think about, and we've walked many times as we take people over to the retail side of the project over at Riverside Downs, but this site minimizes pedestrian automobile conflict because we do have that underneath Bellevue walkway, and so you're able to cross under Bellevue, and so we're able to cross Bellevue as a pedestrian on our bike without any automobile conflicts. The federal bus line can take people that are heading north up into Denver and Sheridan and Inglewood. And then we also have light rail within 1 mile, the connectivity through Prince Street, or if you wanted to take the bike trail and then cut over, is another form of transportation. And as I mentioned, the Prince Street connection. And then the last mode of transportation is probably more geared towards summer, but you can always use the current. As far as height, we touched on that. We've got 2 different height restrictions. One's for a 3-story unit, which is 48 feet. The other is for the 3-story unit with a rooftop deck, which is 52 feet and hits the portal. And we will have Mike Woodley, the architect, speak more in tune to what exactly that looks like. As far as setbacks, we didn't want to go any closer than our neighbor. You can see to the north is Riverside Downs. That's the retail establishment, and the distance they are from the Concrete Trail and the Crusher Fines Trail. The next one down is Greenleaf Apartments, which is Riverside Downs, directly to the north of us. Again, the distance between them and the river. The one on the bottom is our Plat 56 project. Our lot line is 101 feet from the river. One of the other things I wanted to talk about we've been working with a lot of our neighbors, and that'll come up later, but in regards to the trail connections, we have 2 trail connections. We collect all the residents into those 2 trail connections, and the reason being, in working with the Colorado Water Conservation Board and the South Suburban, they wanted to create a barrier. They didn't want residents to bleed into their area. So as Justin talks about our patios and whatnot, and for some reason the mouse shows up. Oh, there we go. So we have a little bit of a grade break with a small retaining wall for the purposes of dividing the public space versus the private space. And then we have an internal sidewalk on our side of the lot line, it's right here, that is collecting our residents, and then they funnel through those two main entry points. Does that answer the question that was presented?
Thank you.
As far as neighbors, we have approached all of our neighbors. We have a term sheet with Walgreens. The person selling the land is the neighbor to the north, which they have already approved our project as well. We had a District 1 neighborhood meeting where we had approval from, I think, everybody that attended. I think we had 7 people that attended or so, but we walked through all the floor plans and walked through everything with them. We also have reached out and have worked with, as I mentioned, South Suburban and the Colorado Water Conservation Board to make sure our development is complementary and not competing with the existing amenity. With that, I will turn it over to Mike Woodley, who's a Littleton business owner, and has designed this project.
Thank you. I just want to point out a couple things. Jeremy was very thorough, but a couple things. I think that these are very unique units. There's a mixture of unit types, as Jeremy pointed out. We have some units that really range in about 1,350 to almost 2,100 square feet. So I think it provides a variety of housing. The smallest units are really kind of like carriage towns. They're built over a garage. So they're 2 floors above a garage, and so you enter directly from your garage and go up. And then we have some more row towns, 3-story row towns that do have this ability to have a roof deck. And the portal, as everyone refers to it, is basically a stairway up to a door. And those would not be pitched. Those would be flat, so you wouldn't have to, doesn't matter how you measure it, it will be to the highest point. And that's really just to get access. There's no living space on there, but the decks are nice and they're big enough to really be usable. And then we also have a unit that has living on the ground floor with access to patios. All the units have patios on the ground level. They also have a deck or a patio on the second level right off the living for grilling and living flowing in and out. And then there's ability to have some of them have the roof deck. So a variety of private outdoor space and a variety of unit types. The materials, we're using some brick and some metal, some cementous siding, a mixture of materials, really lots of glass. Even the garage doors have glass, so it really has a very rich feel to the community. We're really excited about the project. I think it brings kind of an upper-end townhouse living to an area that doesn't really have that kind of opportunity now. And so far, the people have seen it, have been very excited about the design. So I hope you guys are too.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Mike Woodley at 731 South Park, Littleton.
Okay, I don't need your address, just your name.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Names and address. So Justin will kind of get into the landscape.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Justin Hay, 5639 South Curtis. Nice to be in front of you guys with my day job here. So, but wanted to just talk real quickly, and I think our team's really discussed a lot of great things that we've been looking at here as it pertains to the landscape. We have a lot of opportunity given the unobstructed open space that we discussed. We do have kind of internal water quality areas that we're looking to use as some of our amenity areas where we may have these boardwalk systems and our patios that spill out into these green wedges that are between the buildings. And so we really started to relate all the edges of our buildings to kind of the context of the city. So because we're infill, we looked at Prince Street having kind of a real stoop character where you have front doors along Prince Street and your patio systems and kind of low screen walls that are about waist height, 36-inch height screen wall systems will kind of be along the Prince Street frontage. And then we also really focused on all these different typologies of patio spaces that both we want to have views out of. For example, here along our trail connection, we want to be able to see to the great
greatness of the Mary Carter Greenway and the trail system and the Platte River. But then we also have kind of internal patio systems where you want a little bit more privacy, and that the materials are going to be a little less opaque and private to the homeowner. And that's really what we do have here. These are homeowners that do need, their privacy space, but they're also are the interaction spaces where you kind of move in and out of the great open space that's around them. And kind of the internal drives that we talked about and some of the driveway systems, we're not using asphalt. We're using concrete systems where we're going to vary the color, the scoring pattern, and we see it more as internal patios. So if you really think about, areas like Clayton Lane and other street systems that are utilized more as part of the community and not just, an asphalt street that's a heat sink. So that's kind of where you've heard some of the terminology around the internal drives and how we're going to treat that. The planting palette, again, we kind of are using the edge transitions where we're talking about cottonwood trees and more naturalistic edges along the riverway, and then more of an urban appeal and kind of more consistent linear system that as you progress inward towards Prince Street and those portions of the site. So these patios are intimate spaces too. We want to be able to have flexibility where you can have your small planting areas, or you might have your own little area where your dog can do its business, and that's kind of internal to those areas. And but we really see these as unique but very cohesive in materials and copacetic to what we're doing with the building facades that Mike talked about.
Before you get up, in the the path that's in the upper part, what is that made of? Past the sidewalk?
If you're out on the site, there's, and I think Andrea alluded to, we have two trail systems. We have the Mary Carter, the concrete trail, the bike trail, and then there is a tertiary path system out there that's a crusher fines. It's probably about 6 feet wide that undulates around and kind of brings you through the natural area.
So it's crusher fine that's connecting.
That we're connecting in two locations, and we're not connecting every unit. We kind of have a single internal
That's okay.
path, and then
I just wanted to know what that was. So thank you.
Jeremy, did you want to?
So with diversity of housing in Littleton, my wife grew up here, still have lots of family here, and it's a community where a lot of people did grow up. It's a family community. And what's happened is that those children have grown up. They've gone off to school. They've gotten jobs in other cities or in downtown areas. But as they get older, they start to look for a little bit more space, and they start to want to come home. And really, what we're looking for is to give them a place to come home. We're also looking for the existing Littleton residents that have decided that they don't need an acre and don't want to mow the lawn anymore, an opportunity to downsize a little bit. So we think we're delivering something that will allow the current Littleton residents to evolve in a different type of product than what's currently given. Some of those two demographics, what they look for is walkability. This site is incredible with its walkability. You can walk to Starbucks, you can walk to 24-hour fitness, you can walk to the bowling alley, the grocery store, on and on and on and on. You guys familiar with that Bellevue area understand that pretty much every retail amenity that's around is covered. In addition, if you want to take a few extra steps, you can get to downtown Littleton without driving your car and continue to add shopping and dining and entertainment in downtown Littleton without adding to congestion or parking. Another hot topic right now nationally and with both of those demographics is lock and leave. People may have consulting jobs where they have to go to San Francisco for 6 months. Maybe a family that's retired that wants to go to Europe for 3 months and not have to worry about their house. This type of development with the townhomes allows for a lock and leave type atmosphere. Outgoing and social is what both of these demographics are now. They have changed. They are not sit at home and read a book. It's similar to a San Francisco or a New York lifestyle where you have a small residential unit and you go out and you meet your friends at a Starbucks or you meet your friends at a restaurant. So with the retail amenities around there, we really cater to that environment. It's also an active environment, and I probably don't even need to say anything with the connectivity to the trail, with the 24-hour fitness. This is an active site. And finally, the connectivity with Chatfield Reservoir, with downtown Littleton, with downtown Denver. You're really in the heart of it all, and I think it's a great site where you can really immerse yourself in the metro area. So with that, we're getting into some of the technical stuff. We started off with support. We didn't want to come to you without having everybody's support. So we started out with public support from the neighbors and from District 1, which we've received. District 1 as well. We also got approval from the Planning Commission. So we hope that we've done our homework and have answered most of the questions that you will have. The second one with technical is your public policy for rezoning, section 10-12-1. It has two different requirements that we fall under. Again, this is taken out of context, but to make it shorter, we need to be consistent with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan and promote the general welfare of the community. The second item is to correct or manifest an error in the existing zoning classification. We feel that with the comp plan states to encourage any new development to make the most efficient use of the land. We feel we have done that without taking it too far. We feel that these units are what the market wants. The other is to emphasize new development in vacant areas. This is an infill site that has had the opportunity to be developed over the last 20 plus years and have not. So we're taking a essentially abandoned piece of land that has had development surround it, and we're bringing it back into play. Regarding item number 2 and a manifest error, as we mentioned before, Walgreens came in and that took away the visibility of this site, and it also took away the traffic counts without having Prince be a through street. So I think we have two things under the public policy for rezoning that point to the approval of this project. The next is Littleton, the PD district code, and they're looking for more creative uses of land and to accommodate changes in land development technology that result in economic benefits to the community. So Mike Woodley is a nationally or world-renowned architect. We are bringing the cutting-edge designs and developments into this project. This is not a 1980s suburban sprawl. This is a well-thought-out, smart unit. Number 2 is to encourage innovative and efficiency in residential development. Again, we are maximizing the site within the constraints of allowing plenty of both public and private space with our rooftop decks and our balconies. Number 3 is to encourage and innovate the development to meet contemporary needs of the community. As we mentioned, lock and leave, walkability, these are all things that are contemporary needs that we are serving that other developments in Littleton do not. Number 4, provide design that reflects the particular characteristics of the site. As we mentioned, we started with contemporary farmhouse, and that is not what felt right on that site. We feel it's a transitional site between a more industrial use to retail and kind of drawing people into the city. Number 5 talks about the utility network and public works, and we've already mentioned that we don't need any additional infrastructure, so that fits. Number 6 is to encourage the development consistent with the comp plan. Goal number 5 of the comp plan is to encourage any new development to make the most efficient use of the land. Again, we've done that. The land use policy 1 emphasizes the use of planned developments for new developments. So we are a PD, and that's what your code requests that we do. Land use policy 2 is to emphasize new development in vacant areas, and infill areas should be encouraged by the city. Again, I don't think there's any argument with that. Finally, with the citywide plan, the city would like a dynamic city, and we have direct access for the residents to the Mary Carter Greenway for recreational use. We've got the river, the trail, downtown, retail, so it's definitely a dynamic city. Outdoor Littleton, again, trail. I've said it 100 times tonight, but that addresses Outdoor Littleton. And then Connected Littleton. With our transportation network that we went over, this is a site that is connected. And finally, Distinctive Littleton. And we've addressed that with the high quality of architecture and having homeowners that are proud to live there and maintain and take a sense of ownership in Littleton. So with that, I'd be happy to go back to anything or address any questions or let you get on with your evening.
Do we have any questions?
Yeah, I have a couple. You said it's walking distance to downtown. How far is it for walkers?
Well, from the start of downtown, it's less. To light rail, it's 1 mile.
When you say from the start of downtown, where are you measuring?
I would argue the light rail is probably the far side of downtown. So when you go down Prince Street, you get to Merle's and the Tavern.
Okay.
So
it's a mile to the light rail?
Correct. So it would be less than a mile to downtown Littleton.
So just walking,
Walk Prince Street.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you go over and then that way. Okay.
Yep.
And then, what kind of energy efficiency are these?
You know, that's all regulated by the International Building Code at this point, and it's all off the charts. The amount of energy use, the amount of water usage, all of that is going down dramatically with all these new international codes. So I guess I would say that, you know, lighting, most if not all the lighting will be LED. It's all international code driven. So there isn't a heck of a lot more you can do above what's there. Go ahead.
Okay, and then one other, I think, just a second. Just a comment on the colored cement. When it cracks, when it gets a pothole, are you going to wind up with patchwork colors? I mean, because things will fade. So
yes, absolutely. Concrete, if we do it all gray and I have a pothole or it cracks, it will be a different color. That's just concrete. Yeah, so what you try to do is the best you can. You try to take out at the saw cut joints. You try to take out the entire section so that it does blend in more. But with asphalt pothole patches, they don't match either.
I know, but when you're purposely doing it to create positive life with the color, if it starts looking like bad patching of clothes, then
it will be architecturally designed, but not like a mosaic where one change makes a difference. It will be, if you can imagine, the entertainment district, downtown Denver, the 15th Street sidewalks. Some of it is done with sandscape, which they kind of acid wash the top of the concrete so that it has a different texture than the other concrete. It's done with saw cutting the joints, and it may be done with some coloration in certain areas to draw attention to particular amenities.
So then one other question. Given the number of folks that will live in this, I'm curious why you didn't design a little more green area where people can actually get together from, let's say, 10 or 12 or 15 units or something.
We took a more contemporary approach to that. Number one, we've got the rooftop balconies that are those congregation areas. I guess I would prefer to be up and have the views, and that's why people are in Colorado. That's what we appreciate about Colorado, the mountain views and the rivers. So I would prefer to be up and see those amenities than being down and not have a line of sight to those amenities. The other side is we didn't want to compete. You know, land planning, you don't put a park next to a park. You put people that can use the park next to the park. So what we wanted to do is take advantage of the investment that Littleton's already made in the surrounding area and be able to bring people to those amenities. I've seen I think it's called bocce ball over at Riverside Downs. little rectangle sand area. I've obviously been at this site a lot. I live close. I use the retail amenities. I've never once seen a person using it. I hope that our development will change that.
Okay, you and I have different views about green area where people can gather and picnic and toss a ball, and you want to be careful doing that on a rooftop, I think, so.
Well, there are benches out along the Crusher Fines Trail, along the Mary Carter Greenway. There are gazebos for sitting over along the Mary Carter Greenway south of Bellevue. The Oxford and Santa Fe area, the South Suburban, just if you haven't been there, just completely improved that to a huge recreational amenity with paddleboard waves and seating and picnic areas. So again, we felt that let's take advantage of what Colorado has to offer and what's already being invested rather than trying to compete with it.
Additional requests for discussion? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I have some concerns and some comments regarding your design in relationship to the trail and the river. And while I appreciate your consideration of that, obviously the city of Littleton has spent a great deal of investment in the river corridor, and we continue to do so. The development you're speaking of at Riverside Downs was a project funded by the city of Littleton and the partnership with the developer of that particular shopping center in conjunction with our partners with Arapahoe County Open Space and South Suburban. So we work along the river and creating these amenities and creating these opportunities for economic development and social gathering. So that is absolutely part of our intention with the river. My concern here is that it appears as though there is a pretty substantial dependence on the Mary Carter and that swath of land on both sides, which is minimal. It is not a large park area. It's not huge. Is that is being perhaps has expectations beyond what it may be capable of handling. The Mary Carter is absolutely a highway of cyclists most of the time, even frankly, even when it snows. So we have spent a great deal of time and a great deal of money making sure that areas where there's access, public access, that we improve the safety, which is largely why we did the Riverside Downs project. It was a huge safety concern, the way that had been configured, and obviously then also for the economic benefit of the shopping center and for the access, the public access. And by the way, the bocce ball court is used, and we had to go in there and make improvements to make it ADA because we had a group of handicapped bocce players that are enjoying the court. So my concern is somewhat regarding your huge reliance on that area serving this community for open space. I have great concerns also in terms of the population that moves in there and their dog friends. I think that there's an underestimate done by a lot of developers who put in apartments and put in some of these high densities as to the number of people that come with dogs. 1, 2, 3, I don't know. They're private ownership, so they'll just have to stay within the city code of 3 animals. But there's a substantial amount of dogs. And so there's nothing that Justin alluded to the fact that people could create a small area on their patios for those purposes, but I have a concern about that. Also, the fact that you have the number of units here, even if you get 30 or 35 people that come home from work and then want to just get out onto the trail. That starts to create some connectivity issues with just the existing system. So I'm not sure there's been a lot of consideration made. I'm not seeing it. Perhaps you guys have thought it through, but by just creating an access to the trail may actually be could create more problem than I think convenience. I think there needs to be a consideration made. It's one thing to do this down at Riverside Downs where you have the retail aspect, but when you have residential, I think that you're going to see a little bit different use of that. And so I do have concerns about that. I'm glad you've worked with South Suburban and with CWCB, but I think that there may be some issues, and it's better to address that stuff now before you put this in. And particularly concerning the dogs, because it's natural. You'd put this here. You guys have talked about why, river. That's why people will move there. I have no doubt about it. It's a very great place, and it's a great amenity to walk out and do that. But I don't know that I don't feel comfortable that there's enough consideration around the extreme use that can and probably will result from that. That's my primary concern. And I don't know if you can address any of those concerns at this point, or if that's something you might want to work on.
No, we've addressed all of those concerns. I was trying to pull up an aerial, but unfortunately this machine doesn't appear to have the internet. But I think as we discussed with the plan, and as you can see, we do not front the concrete trail. We do not have a connection to the concrete trail. And we are not adding a connection to the concrete trail. So the Crusher Fines Trail is primarily pedestrian use. So that is an easy, it's like a collector versus an arterial versus, it's that same concept. We are not funneling people onto the trail at any new point. They're all points that South Suburban has decided are good intersection points. They're current intersection points, so I do not think that we will be adding anything there. Secondly, as far as the capacities of the amenities in the surrounding area, we have, okay, there it goes. So again, we have done a grade separation, and we will have a railing over portion of this to separate ourselves from the trail. Yes, if you think our residences going over and going to the pint room and going to Starbucks and using the bocce ball court is a negative, then I guess we just disagree. I think it's a positive, and I think it's what you put there.
For the record, I absolutely do not.
Okay, so I think
that's not what I'm insinuating at all.
I think it's a positive to bring more people into that area and to use those amenities. And as I've previously stated, you've got Oxford, you've got Riverside Downs. There is plenty of diversity, and the fact that we are not engaging directly or directly connecting to any of those, it's no different than a development outside of Littleton, in Inglewood or Sheraton that goes over and uses those amenities either. So I don't feel that 56 units here is any different than 56 units, north or south or east or west of here. Those amenities are for the public, and the public should be able to enjoy them. In regards to dogs, we really hit that one hard. We anticipate every single one of these unit owners having a dog, which is why we did the downstairs patio areas. We do not feel those downstairs patio areas will be heavily used by the residents because they have they have a second floor patio and a rooftop deck. So we feel that we wanted to be able to have a homeowner open their door and allow their dog to go out in the winter without having to get dressed and put on their boots and trump through 2 feet of snow. So especially our broker on this, dogs were foremost in her thought, and that's a marketability issue. So I believe we've addressed all three of those.
Additional comments, Jerry?
Yes. I want to go back to the height. So what is the maximum? What is and I'm not talking about the midpoint. I'm talking about the maximum.
So we've limited ourselves on a maximum height, but if you want to get into the details of where that occurs.
And then related to that would be the pitch. Because if you have a low pitch, it's not going to be that high, but you can have a real high pitch, that would put.
Right. So the 48 for 3 stories is really, that's not even to our peak, and we have a low pitch. And as far as the additional 4th floor or the access, that has actually a flat roof on it, so it won't be pitched. And we're well within that range.
What is the pitch? What do you
Well,
have?
the flat is like a 1/4 inch to a foot. The rest of it is 4 and 12. So it's pretty low pitch. What's that?
We're not talking steep.
No, we're not talking steep. 4 and 12. So every 12 feet, it only goes up 4 feet. Or on the flat portion, it only goes up a 1/4 inch for every foot. So very flat. You can see, I don't know if that aerial helps, but you can see they're pretty low pitched. And even the areas that pop up that go to the so-called 4th story are only in a small section because it's really just a stairwell that just pops up. And
I think it's great for aesthetics too. I do, and I think the rooftop patios are awesome.
Good.
And I can just see people using those things. Why even go out somewhere else when you have your own views? Those views over there are incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Cool.
I hope that helps. I mean, we don't have the exact height right now. I mean, but I know it's well within those ranges. So.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, don't go away so fast. A couple of questions for you. 48 feet on a 3-story building. My math, 16 feet per story. What am I missing?
You're not missing anything, actually. So.
Okay. What are your ceiling
So we
heights?
really, I can tell you the floors we have right now is 9 foot on the 1st floor. So you figure a foot of structure, so that puts you at 10.
Right.
10 foot on the 2nd, that puts you at 20. A foot of structure, that puts you at 21. 9 foot on the top puts you at 30. And then a roof of structure of maybe 6 to 8 feet. So you're like 38 feet for the 3rd story. And then add another on top of that. We're probably below like 45. We're probably below the 48 on the 4-story. So we haven't done construction documents yet. I mean, we're just want to try to get the zoning approved right now, so we don't have it down to the inch. So I don't want to say that, but I know it's well within that range. So
Are there crawl spaces under here?
no, they're slab on grade.
Okay, it's slab on grade, so, that seems quite tall.
It is. It is.
So the other thing is, with that kind of height, are you going to have elevators or sprinklers or slingshots or anything to get people upstairs?
Right now, there's no elevators planned. Not that it couldn't happen, but right now we're not planning any elevators. We're planning everyone to be very youthful and in good shape that we can climb these.
Okay, those are my questions for now.
Actually do have some living on the lower, one unit that has living on the main floor, so it's only a 2-story unit, really. So we do have a variety, so there's for everyone.
Andrea? On the cover sheet of the PD plan,
Yes.
where it's giving building setbacks, it says east from the river 8 feet.
Yes.
Does that actually mean the property line?
Yes, it means the property line.
And you had a chart there that showed that it was actually, 2.9 to 9 feet?
The 2.9 referred to the Riverside Apartments to the north, and that was they're on an angle, and that was the shortest setback for one of those buildings to the property line.
So there's a sidewalk on the property line, and then you have, and I'm assuming the sidewalk's 3 feet wide, 4 feet wide? 4 feet wide? So then you have a 4-foot wide patio? Is that?
I think the applicant should speak to that.
Covered. Part of it's covered.
Yeah, going back to our profile,
Yeah, so the setback actually is to the patio space. So when we're saying that setback, that's the patio space. So we're not saying, you can actually see in the diagram, it's really, the building has a deck that comes to that point. So it's not you know, your math showing, I get your math, and it wouldn't be 3 feet to the building because it's really 3 feet to the patio at that point.
Okay, because I think we're measuring setback to the face of the building.
Yeah, well, the part of the building, like, is a column of part of the patio or something like that. So you could say it's part of the building. So that's the way we measure. So we kind of taken worst case as we're measuring the setback.
Any other questions from council?
Oh, one question. So what's the target income?
We're targeting the median income of Littleton, 60,000.
Pardon?
We're targeting the median income of Littleton of 60,000 for a household.
Okay, I'm trying to make sure the world hears that, so.
I think we're at a point where we've been in this for a while. I'd like to take a break for 10, and we'll come back to the public hearing. Thank you.
Oh, cool.
Thought it was
We're all here.
Go ahead and get started. We're just all filing back into the room after our break. And we've we're on agenda item E, ordinance 25-2016. And we've heard from the applicant and from the staff members who've answered questions. It brings us to the point of a public hearing. So I would like to open the public hearing at 9:08. I have two names on the list. One says that they are in favor but do not need to speak, and that's Carol Brisiak. And then I have Paul Bingham who would like to speak.
Good evening, Council. Paul Bingham, 236 West Delaware Circle in Littleton. I'd like to speak in support of this project. I think it's a well thought out thing. As has been said, the planning staff recommended it. The planning board
Commission.
recommended it.
They're commission now.
Excuse me? Whatever it is this week.
You got permission from the commission?
Board, whatever. I've looked at the plans. I've walked the site. I really think it's a good, rational plan. It's surrounded by apartments and commercial buildings. It's not stepping on anybody's toes. They're asking for no exceptions. They're meeting all the zoning requirements, which is not always the case here. Please vote to approve this rational development. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I don't have anyone else who has signed up. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Pam.
I'm Pam Judkman. I live in District 1, and a couple of things. So I want to commend the council on your questions. They were very good. I share Councilmember Brinkman's concern with the proximity to the paths and the transfer, and Councilmember Cole, the transfer of the obligation of a builder to provide open space inside the development, transferring that amenity to public space, which we pay to maintain. To an extent, that's valid. But to the extent that these developers promote it as an asset for them, and it certainly is an asset for them, it's not for us. It's too far. And so that's my comment, is that if this was, 36 or something like that, I'm not a developer, it would be reasonable. And I'm going to bring up the concept of incremental change. So of all the sites that council has converted from commercial to retail, this is the best one for that. But you don't have to go from 0 to 120, go from 0 to 45 or something like that. This area, this development is an urban level development with ballpark design, but it's not next to the ballpark. It is not in an urban area. It is next to the river, and it's highly dense. If you look inside and imagine living there, you're going to see the place across from you. To me, it's very California, infill development in a city. It's too dense for the site. So bottom line, that's incremental change. This goes too far for this step. Great to rezone, not this far. I want to bring up the noise on Santa Fe. Anybody who's walked that path knows it's noisy. And so I kind of wonder about the long-term desirability of these units, partly because of that noise. You know, sitting out on your deck, sitting out on your patio, you're going to hear the roar of traffic, not the ripple of the Platte. And also, these are all so close to each other that if you have your little patio or smoke thing or deck, you're going to be smelling your neighbors. I'm not sure I would be out on my deck if I'm always going to be smelling my neighbor's smoke. Plus, it's going to drift into bedrooms. These are that close, and they're saying use your deck, but it's really going to hurt some people more than others. I have a ton of other comments. The traffic staff did not present the integrated impact of this, let's say with Columbine Square. That's the city level impact that we need to know. The density is not compatible with the neighborhood. The open space already talked about, close-knit it certainly is. And so anyway, I'm out of time. Thank you very much for thinking about this and considering it as you have.
Thank you, Pam. Would anyone else like to speak? I'm not seeing anyone. So let's close the hearing at 9:13. At this point, we're looking for a motion and a second. Do I have a
move
motion?
to approve on second reading the ordinance approving the rezoning and general plan development plan for Plat 56.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion.
I'll just throw in a couple things in. That is not a good location for a commercial. When you look at the map, you can see when you go back to the property, it is hidden behind the Walgreens and in that shopping center area there. It just doesn't fit for commercial where it is. In one regard, it is close to the river, but it's either that or we let it sit there for all this time. But I think we have somebody who wants to come in with a decent project. A year ago, and I disagreed with it, but people saying, oh, we can't build condos anymore, and everybody said we need condos. Well, now we have a condo project that's being proposed. I think it's great, and while some condos go for a lot of money, I have no idea what these are going to cost, but they're going for sounds like the market that Littleton does have. I'm in favor of it. I think it's a good-looking project. When you go back there and look at it, it would be a great place, and I think those rooftop patios are a good thing. Yeah, you might have to hike up some stairs, and you and I might not do it anymore, but there are plenty of folks out there that surely will. So I'm in favor of it.
Bill.
I favor this in concept. I think it's a great look in a lot of ways. I'm a little bit concerned about the impact from the river, and as we go through a lot of the criteria that are in our packet, we talk about the use of the river and the natural resources and value to the citizens and all that. And I went down there, actually I rode my bike down there today and went by it a couple of times and up and down the trail some. And most of the buildings down there are about 3 stories in height. And I think the 3-story look, and I noticed the Planning Commission, and I concur with their idea to limit it to 3 stories and not have the penthouses, because that really gets into a very high profile. But I'd like to suggest, and I'd be prepared to make a motion, that the 2 rows of units that are furthest from the river, I have no problem with the 48-foot height and the additional portal height. I think that's great. But I'd like to limit the front units by the river to 42 feet with the access portal on top. Because then as you're at the river looking at these units, there's less visual impact. And it doesn't cost the developer any density, but it enhances that for the users of the path and makes it more consistent with the other uses and helps to retain our community culture without the density of this project is already very high. I'm not going to address that, but with the minimal setbacks from the lot line and these heights that are suggested, I think the 42 feet would help that a lot in terms of the impact from the river. We don't want to get that overly dense. So I would offer that amendment.
Would you like to make a motion?
I'd like to move that the, let me see, that the site development design standards be amended to allow the 3-story structures in total, meaning a maximum of 48 feet from the finished grade to the top of the roof ridge, with the exception of access portals to the deck units that could be up to 52 feet specifically for the access portals, with the exception of those units fronting the river, which shall not exceed 42 feet from finished grade to the top of the roof ridge.
Did you just kind of come up with that, or?
Is that the motion?
That's my motion. I just thought of it
Take
off
an
the top of
example
my
for me,
head.
make it simple.
Not a problem. Okay.
So this is the motion. I'm not going to try to repeat that.
That's the motion?
Well, that's in the packet. We already had the site development design standards. So what I would add to that is that the units that front the river shall not exceed 42 feet.
Thank you.
I'll second it for discussion.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion. Is there any further discussion?
I'll just add to it, the developer already, or the architect already addressed the fact that 48 feet is more than they need by a significant amount. If you go with 10-foot chamber heights and a foot of structure, that's 11 feet per floor, that's 33 feet, plus that leaves you another 9 feet for roof and roof pitch, and there can be some moderation to that, but that's what I'm thinking. So it would be to minimize the impact from the riverside.
So let's go ahead and ask the applicant for.
I just have a clarification because the First Amendment.
To the mic, please.
Sorry, I have a clarification. The First Amendment read differently than the Second Amendment. The second time you proposed an amendment, you did not include the portal structure as an exemption.
I would take that correction.
So, I'm sorry, I need to know.
What does that mean?
I need to know what the
Well,
motion.
that means you have another 4 feet for the portal as on the rest of the buildings.
So
I'm not sure of what the motion
I'm not
is,
sure
Bill.
what the motion
Bill, if you'd
is.
come back, the motion was going to be to limit the height to 42 feet. The second time in the clarity was 42 feet, and then I'm not sure where.
Plus the roof portal, which requires another 4 feet.
That was seconded. Who seconded? Debbie, would you agree to second that modification?
Yeah.
We're still just discussing this idea. Any thoughts?
I don't know what that means, so I'm going to have a hard time voting for it.
It means you're chopping the building down by 6 feet on the front so that you have less impact from the river, so that from the river, if the river's here, you've got your 48-foot buildings and you've got a 42 front in front of it, so that as you look at it, you don't have as dominant a structure next to you.
Any additional discussion? We have a motion and a second. Do we all understand the motion? I'm a little difficult to have a little difficult time repeating it, but I believe it would be.
Can I just try?
Would you try, please?
Yes. Councilmember Hopping moved and Mayor Pro Tem Brinkman seconded to limit the riverfront height to 42 feet for less visual impact plus the portal. Yes?
Correct.
Ready to vote?
The vote is 3 in favor with Councilmember Clark, Mayor Beckman, and Councilmember Valdez voting no. The motion fails 3-3.
Okay, so we still are discussing the original motion. Debbie.
Well, I'm going to support this. I think that it's welcome to have some for sale housing in the community. Clarification, are these condominiums or townhomes?
We are addressing that right now. You guys went a long way 2 summers ago now in addressing the condo construction defects litigation. We will be addressing that through the plat process, and there are pros and cons to both. I can't say we have a clear direction at this point. It's 50-50.
But don't make any defects, and it won't be an issue, right?
There won't be it, but as you know, there don't need to be to you can sue somebody for anything.
It is America.
To add one thing, they're from the building code standpoint, they'd be considered a townhouse. The ownership may be condo ownership, as he's trying to figure out, but in terms of the construction, they're townhouse, meaning that you could take one away and they would stand up. Condo would be overlapping. These do not overlap.
Thank you. And so I think that, and I agree that I think that piece of property was this is probably the best use for that property. The opportunity for commercial was obviously lost with the Walgreens, and I think that there's some challenge in that entire area regarding some of the retail at this point too. So this may help revitalize some of that. Rooftops always help retail. So like I said, I will support it. My concern about the river and the access to the river is very much what I've mentioned before. I would just ask that there be due consideration to that. We certainly welcome people into the community, and we've built this system of trails and the opportunity for people to commute to work in Denver and go to Chatfield, and everything that you've explained. That's all very intentional, years and years and years of work, and millions and millions and millions of dollars by this community to do that. So we support this because of that. But that, in turn, also requires some intentional oversight and some cautious concern and some real deliberate thinking about how that's used and how people integrate to that at the highest level of safety. Primarily because of the popularity of it, it does create its own energy at some time. So that, I think, is a key component to what my concerns are. So I would expect that you would take that into consideration, and as you move through this, kind of recognize where there may be places where there could be some improvements made there. But overall, I think it's a great plan. And like I said, I will be approving this tonight.
Any other comments?
I'm loath to rezone commercial to residential. However, as Pam said, this is probably the most appropriate parcel that I can think of in the city to make that conversion based on the configuration of Prince, the fact that it dead ends into apartments and Walgreens there. It's pretty dense. I am not Mr. Density, but if you're going to have density, that's an appropriate place to put it. It's next to the apartments that are more dense. It's between Walgreens and the apartments, so I'm going to support this.
I'm really concerned about the decision to take commercial and turn it into residential. And 95% of our discussion tonight has been talking about the qualities and issues of the proposed residential, and even the council communication when trying to find reasons why it fit into the citywide plan or the various centennial plan and et cetera, never talked about commercial. And had that been a commercial proposal, there would have been justifications that would have fit. In 1985, Bellevue was redesigned with that intersection for the intent of it being commercial. There's no reason for that intersection there to be there for residential. It's there for commercial. The Walgreens was a decision that was made perhaps to put that in, and that's fine, and with their frontage on Bellevue. But to say that the traffic count is the traffic count on Prince, it's the traffic count on Bellevue. And I use the example of Arapahoe Road. Arapahoe Road has a Walmart, or a Walgreens rather, at the corner of, almost the corner of University and Arapahoe Road. There is other commercial all around it, all around it. I look to the issue of how it's consistent with long-range plans. It's consistent with long-range plans that it was commercial. If you look to the west, there is a strip mall there that needs work. But if you look to the landlines and the commercial that's there, that has great potential for being redesigned with some consideration for that commercial property, which was the 1985 plan along the river. We have said many times in the room that what we're trying to do is we're trying to create the river as a focal point for economic growth. And economic growth involves commercial. Certainly, households help, but it's commercial. And we've had no discussion of that. The reason why you would rezone is because it's not consistent with a long-range plan, and it is, or that there's an error or oversight in the original zoning of the property, and I don't see one, or that there's a change in a condition that's so significant in the vicinity. There's no change in the commission in the area, with the exception of the river was an afterthought in 1985, and now is supposed to be the jewel of our community, with all our attention being given to putting things alongside the river that enhance the river and create a synergy in the area. And I think that we're missing the point to change it to residential for the next 50 years, when properly developed, that north side of Bellevue could be a wonderful asset for a commercial location right alongside the river. I'm also concerned that we get into the specifics, and I just think a 40-foot wall 8 feet away from the edge of the property along the river to create shade one half of the day from the sun coming through the southwest, I think is devastating to the future of the river and that trail and the bike trail. I think we're causing issues that is a terrible oversight to what the original plan is. I think that additionally, I don't think we've really talked about it in any of the places where we talk about the future of the river. I don't think we talked about it in a meeting with South Suburban. I don't think we've talked about it in a meeting with any of the South Platte Working Group, which takes the whole area up and down there. So if there were considerations that might have been included in there, they weren't, in my opinion. I think finally, putting a 4-foot structure right next to that trail flies in the face of what we talked about when we learned about Aspen Grove and the things that we put in down there. Aspen Grove was never intended to have that size and type of building that close, and what we did was we ended up buying a buffer. The city bought the buffer with city money, open space money. We did a lot to try to mediate the impact of having that kind of residential location close to the river, and yet we're willing to do this 8 feet away. I think it's a bad choice for that location, and I don't think we've in any way justified any reason to change the zoning, which was why we were here tonight. So I would vote against it. Any other discussion? Are you ready to vote?
The vote is 4 in favor, with Councilmember Cole and Mayor Beckman voting no. The motion carries 4-2.
Okay, we get to move on. This brings us to the opportunity for the second public comment.
We have one.
No, we have another.
No,
One more
I'm sorry, we have a second. We have another, one more.
Something like that.
We made the change there. And this is going to be ordinance, this is item F, ordinance 27-2016, an ordinance on second reading amending Title 10 of the City Code concerning the definitions of group home for persons with handicaps, handicap and assisted living facility, and to add supplementary standards for group homes for persons with disabilities. We have a presentation from staff, Jocelyn.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Yes, we're here to talk about some recommended changes to Title 10 in our code relative to some definitions, as you just went through. Process-wise, this had a public hearing before Commission October 24th, and they did recommend approval for you. First reading was on the 1st of November, and this is your public hearing on the proposed ordinance changes. So background-wise, the definitions need updating specifically for the 3 listed here: group home for person with handicap, and assisted living facilities. The other impetus for the change is an application concerning group home for persons with handicap, and related litigation have prompted the proposal in front of you. For staff analysis, this is currently what the code says relative to the definitions of group home for persons with handicap, a dwelling unit which is shared by 4 or more persons with handicaps, living together as a single household unit. Group home for persons with handicaps are permitted in the city's residential districts, the transition district, and the CA district, and they're all characterized by a single dwelling unit. The code does distinguish group homes from larger scale facilities, which may provide 24-hour nursing and medical care. And in the code, we have a definition for a skilled nursing facility, nursing home, congregate housing, and assisted living facilities. These facilities, these larger ones, are permitted in R5, T, and the CA district, and generally are characterized by multiple units within one facility. For what we have in the city right now, currently we have 9 group homes for persons with disabilities and 6 larger facilities which may provide 24-hour nursing and medical care. And where are they? That is shown on this map. The yellow indicate the smaller group homes, and the blue are the larger facilities.
Could you put that back?
Oh, sure. Yep.
Okay.
You know, the colors are different down here on the TV than they are up there.
Oh, yeah. It's a test.
It's a retinal failure.
So,
Yeah. All right.
so the round circles are the small ones, and the squares would be the larger facilities. So they have different shapes.
The blue's a yellow. The red's the blue. Okay.
Okay, continue, please.
How'd that happen?
Yes. So currently, the definition of group home for persons with handicap does not provide a maximum number of residents. And in contrast, the definition that we have in our code relative to group home for the elderly does limit the maximum residency to no more than 8. So the recommendation before you, or one of the recommendations before you this evening, is that the definition of group home for persons with disabilities use the same residency allowance that we have in the code for group home for the elderly. Creating consistent standards for the maximum number of residents in one dwelling unit does ensure that the character of the neighborhood is maintained in terms of traffic and parking. That said, some properties in the city's residential zone districts have direct access, vehicular access onto roadway frontage along major arterials such as Broadway. And in these instances, a larger group home with more residents may be acceptable. So the proposal before you is to allow for a maximum up to 12 disabled residents in a single group home when the property is located along a major arterial street, and that primary access would be off of the major arterial. We felt in contemplating this that doubling the maximum number, using 8 as our base, to 16 appears to be out of character in any area of Littleton within R5 T areas. But adding 4 more for maximum up to 12 does appear to be consistent with the character of the transitional areas of residential to commercial. And what that character is they generally have more intense traffic, noise, and parking impacts along arterial streets. So you may ask, well, where are our major arterials? In your packet, you did have that map, which was rather hard to see, whether it's probably down there or up on the screen. But the list of major arterials, those are our roadways in that classification. One thing, going back to, you may ask, to the circles and squares. So we currently have 4 group homes that are located along major arterial streets. Of those 4, 2 of them actually have access, primary access off the major arterial. The other 2, their primary access is off a side street and not the major arterial. So based on the proposal tonight with our existing group homes, 2 would have potentially the ability to go up to 12 if these rules are adopted. So this is what is being proposed as far as an amendment to the definition of group home for persons with disabilities. Oops. Yeah. So that it's shared by 4 or more persons and may allow professional staff to provide 24-hour supervision, and the professional staff may or may not reside in the dwelling unit. And then we want to update the definition of handicap to say disability. The other proposal is to add supplementary standards to group homes for persons with disabilities. And these 4 are across the board. The home must be registered with the city before being operated as a group home. The group home must provide the city with a copy of the state license for its operation, and no more than 1 cooking facility, kitchen, would be allowed within the home. And the maximum number of persons that may reside in the home is 8, or the number licensed by the state, whichever is fewer. And number 5, this maximum number may go up to 12 if the below provisions are met. However, in no instance may the number of persons with disabilities in the home exceed whatever is licensed by the state. The home must be compatible with the character of the neighborhood in terms of architectural style, scale, and form. The primary access to the home has to be located off a city-designated major arterial, and the home does have that license for such number by the state. So that's showing you the group homes. This is showing you the zoning. This is probably even more unreadable, but showing you the zoning behind that, and primarily they're in the R2 zone districts. In review, to bring this before you this evening, we did look at other jurisdictions' definition of group homes, both the number of residents as well as the definition, and we feel that this falls in line with generally other communities. We all did reach out to DRCOG, the Area Agency on Aging, because a component of our group home for persons with disabilities would fall into assisted living, memory care. And from the DRCOG perspective, the regional demand generally they feel is being met with the number of facilities that we have in the metro area. The one thing that the ombudsman at the AAA did indicate is they do see a lot of challenge with as more and more of these group homes have come online, and the state's ability to manage that workload of annual inspections. So they did feel that us, by Littleton, adding that requirement to say you have to have state licensure, because right now that's not a requirement in our code, that actually would help to make sure that these homes are being met to the state standard for quality and safety and care. So that was their input to us relative to the proposal before you.
Before you go on, would you go back one to the architecture? Now, it seems to me, I'm trying to picture places that these might go, that there is not necessarily one style in a neighborhood. So then what? They get to pick which style they want?
Yes, just to make sure that it at least fits within that character versus bringing in a style that really isn't even reflective of what we see within our neighborhoods and within that area. Is that what you're saying? And to make sure that it fits so that someone's not bringing in something that really looks out of character and style and scale to that existing neighborhood.
Like 2 stories in a predominantly ranch-style neighborhood.
Okay, but if you have some brick buildings, some aluminum siding buildings, some wood buildings, and so forth, isn't that part of style. So they could potentially have any one of those or maybe even something else, because that's shown that variety is okay.
Right. Yes, I would agree with that, but we probably, if someone wanted to bring something in and it looked like, an Adobe style home that you see in Santa Fe, we probably would say, you know what, that's really not in character with Littleton. And then we may have some more specifics around a certain residential neighborhood that we want, to say, hey, you probably don't want stucco there either. You should really be in character with the wood, whatever the siding is of other.
Thank you. I just figured I should ask that. Thank you.
So, let's see. The other change we'd like to bring forward this evening is to delete the last two sentences from this definition of assisted living facilities. We did do an analysis of the comp plan relative to the project and feel that it meets this policy here. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Questions for Jocelyn? I'm not seeing any. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Doesn't mean you might not have to come back.
I'm sure there'll be an open space question or something.
Okay. This is a public hearing requirement because it is an ordinance on second reading amending Title 10 of the City Code concerning the definitions of group homes for persons with handicaps, handicap and assisted living facility, and to add supplementary standards for group homes for persons with disabilities. Do we have anyone who would like to speak at the public hearing? And I had no, Pam?
I'm Pam Chadbourne. I live a block and a half from here, so I still have the same concerns that I think I mentioned at the first reading, and it relates to the staff and also the deletion of the two sentences. And I think Jocelyn did a great job of describing some of the impacts of this change, better than at the first reading. But I still don't understand what may or may not means as far as staff, because that means nothing. If you may or may not, then it's all or nothing. So I don't understand the impact of that, and I wonder what the impact on caregiving is. And also, I wonder what the impact is on deleting those two sentences about the type and of handicap or aging or all of those types of conditions. I don't understand what deleting those means. So that's my concern. I think I mentioned assisted living on Broadway. Who are the folks in the Casco case? If you go to their website, they're one of 450 plus assisted living of Colorado facilities, 450 plus. Casco didn't appear in Colorado, I think, before 2013. So there's a lot of growth here, and while the state licenses it, there's a lot of pressure. And again, I'm concerned what the changes do to Littleton Care. I can't answer it. I don't know. I'd like to know from staff. That's my concern. I guess the other thing is I live in R5, and I'm kind of curious what could happen to me. But I don't think I fully get that either. Anyway, thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else? I don't see anyone. Close the hearing at 9:46.
I move to approve on second reading ordinance 27-2016, amending Title 10 of the City Code concerning the definitions of group home for persons with handicaps, handicap, and assisted living facility, and to add supplementary standards for group homes for persons with disabilities.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Three of you.
It's quiet out there. I'll take it. Give it the triumvirate.
Okay, with that, we have a motion and a second. Do we have discussion?
This may have been said before, but we were kind of driven into this by a potential lawsuit or an actual lawsuit. And part of what that made us do is look at our code and see what was it that made sense in the code and what is it that didn't make sense of the code. And one of the things that we had in there in the existing code is that the group home requires residential staff, when in fact, group homes can function with staff that works in shifts rather than a staff that actually works that lives in the house. And so that was one of the changes that we looked at. I think it's probably safe to say that every council person is extremely concerned that handicapped people living in a group home get adequate care if that group home is in Littleton. But the question becomes is who's the appropriate regulatory agency to do that? And frankly, we at the city don't really have the expertise to be monitoring nursing staff. That's really more appropriate to happen at the state level. And because the state has expertise, they have the facilities or the infrastructure set up to go off and do the inspections, to make the determination of what staffing to patient ratios are appropriate and things like this. We really don't have that expertise at the city level. So I think that's part of what drove or motivated these changes to the definition of handicap living. Plus, we've got the federal regulations of fair housing and not allowing us, rightly so, to discriminate against people with disabilities and different types of disabilities. So I'm in favor of this. I think this is a well thought out and pretty well implemented change to the code.
Additional comments? Ready to vote?
The vote is 6 in favor. The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. That completes our public hearings and brings us up to the opportunity for more public comment. I have the second public comment sheet right here. Give me a moment here. Again, public comment is an opportunity for anyone to express opinions or ask questions that are not part of the public hearings. And this is the second opportunity. And we have 6 people who have signed up to speak. There's a 3-minute limit. We expect comments to be civil, and disrespectful behavior will not be tolerated. What I'll do is I'll call the person up, and then I'll just say who's on deck so that we can keep moving on. Scott Kaiser, you're first.
All right, good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I wanted to talk again about the Littleton Crossing development going in on District 1 at 5591 South Nevada. I just want to say how refreshing it was to see you guys talk about a public hearing and a change of zone and how that impacts the community and the nature of the development of our city. And just wanted to comment back to the public hearing that was made in 2013 on the Littleton Crossing development. The community was in large opposition of it at that time. Even furthermore, in 2009, there was a study where the community was in opposition of that type of density as well in relation to parking and the nature of the city. So it's just, I'm hoping we can kind of scrutinize that decision, maybe have another public hearing at some point, similar to the way we discussed this other one today, talk about the impact to our community. There were 2 things that I just want us to consider from that public hearing in 2013, and there were 2 conditions. One of those was an agreement between the residents at 5590 South Curtis Street and the developer had to have a mutual acceptable agreement on how light and noise would impact that resident in relation to the parking garage, egress, and exit point. I don't know if that exists, but if it doesn't, and that's a condition of that public hearing, I hope that we look into that. And then secondly, there was the parking study. One of the things that I'm concerned about is the whole transparency of this whole development. If we're going to start restricting parking from visitors and patrons of the businesses, we need to be transparent and let them know that that's coming. Finally, I mean, we've been doing a lot of research on this, and everything points to CHAFA should have made you guys aware. I hope that's the case, because it seems like this deal was kind of snuck in under the radar. So please voice your concern to CHAFA on behalf of the community if you can. And then just two quick side notes. I just wanted to mention the density of our Littleton Crossing project is twice the size of the Nevada phase project, which was way above everything on that chart that developer just put up. I just wonder, why we're allowing such a large, dense community to go in when it seems to be a hot topic. And then finally, Councilwoman Brinkman, I just wanted to mention too that I've done a lot of research on these type of developments, and this developer in particular has a very bad reputation of having lots of dogs in their developments. So just something to think about if that's a concern for you. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Scott. Deanna Cook, you're up next, and Don Burns is on deck. Okay.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, City Council, City Manager, and Attorney. I'm Deanna Cook, and thank you for allowing me to speak again this evening about the Littleton Crossing project. I have to say it was a little painful seeing that really great-looking project going in along the river and knowing what we're being faced with in downtown Littleton. We continue to believe the city has options, though, to serve its citizens, and in addition to some other items you're already aware of, I think Scott mentioned that CHAFA was required to contact the city's CEO, they call it, and we're not sure that that's happened. Along that line, HUD says requiring a city's support for a project like this may violate the Fair Housing Act by diverting low-income housing to particular locations away from areas in greater need. So we're wondering if the Littleton City supports the project, if there could be a violation of the Fair Housing Act. The original approved plans were for condos, then luxury apartments. Density and parking were high concerns for the 100 people who opposed it at that public hearing. The city, as Scott mentioned, determined before that it couldn't sustain another Nevada place in this location. Summit's design remains different and with lower quality materials than the original design approved. It's not consistent with the surrounding character and designs. Nevada Place condos house about 40 residents, I think. Littleton Crossing is going to be allowed to house as many or more than 170 tenants, with about 80 garage parking spaces and smoking and dogs. The condos have 12 to 15 front balconies and patios. Littleton Crossing is slightly longer, but it's going to have about 37 front floating, jutting out balconies and patios and balconies. Concerningly, the Government Accountability Office, we found, has reported 2 years in a row that there's a serious lack of oversight for low-income housing tax credit projects. Over 50% of the applications they reviewed were deficient, but still approved anyway. There hasn't been any low-income needs study ever conducted for this area. South Metro Housing Options doesn't appear to have had authority to act for Littleton in giving its support to Summit. Clarion's 2015 zoning ordinance assessment for Littleton actually advised against having PD zoning, I believe, stating it's wrong for the area, needed corrected, and would cause problems for surrounding citizens, which seems to be coming to fruition here. And Stanford's 2016 study on these projects does indicate negative impacts should be expected when placing it in a thriving location versus locations that could be revitalized by it. There are grounds to do so. Please reject Summit's project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Don Bruns and Pat Donahue is on deck.
Don Bruns, District 4. Good evening, Council. These comments follow up those I presented 2 weeks ago because some said they didn't understand. I want to thank Mike Broughton for setting up a good meeting with Scott Latona a week ago yesterday and myself to discuss the draft's lack of objective criteria against which carrying capacity could be gauged. Tonight, I want to explain to Council why this matters to those who value the two primary missing components. The draft's table of contents reveals 1, a resource management section dealing with vegetation, water, fisheries, and wildlife. 2, a visitor management section dealing with vehicle access, trails, signs, facilities, and recreation activities. And 3, an interpretive program section. These address actions for managing resources, visitors, and programs, but nowhere does the draft yet identify what specific setting and service character conditions are to be provided and maintained by those actions, nor does it identify the specific recreation outcomes from which individuals, households, and communities, and the local economy and the environment itself benefit. Actions included in the draft might well be serving other unspecified purposes. This graphic makes the significance of those missing components more transparent. First, for the park to be actually recreational, specific recreational outcomes sought by the people being served and on which they depend should be identified. The most responsive recreation management plans focus their objectives not on outputs, actions, and programs to get done, but on desired end results to be achieved. Secondly, these are followed up with management prescriptions specifying the essential physical, social, and administrative setting and service character conditions on which valued outcomes depend. Otherwise, and this is important, setting and service character conditions will continue to change unmanaged, and with that change will be an erosion of setting and service dependent outcomes that both park users and affected citizens depend on. And that's why this is the place where objective carrying capacity measures should be indexed. Finally, the most effective and efficient plans ensure that only resource, visitor, facility, and program management actions included in the plans are those required to achieve planned outcomes and character conditions. A more structured recreation planning hierarchy such as this holds actions and programs accountable to actually produce attainable, recreating end results by maintaining the essential setting and service character conditions on which they depend. Actions and programs must not be viewed as ends unto themselves. I hope this helps clarify my earlier concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Don. Pat Donahue and Cal Murab is on deck.
Don? What was the result of your and Scott's meeting?
Say again?
Was there a result of your and Scott's meeting? You got together with Scott Latonka?
Oh, we had a great discussion. I asked if they had an hour. They said yes. We stopped talking about 2 hours later. They said they'd explore it and see what they could do. But I really appreciate them taking the time. It was great to talk.
So do you think he's going to make changes?
Say again?
Do you think he's going to make some updates to the plan?
Well, that's up to them. I'm just a citizen.
Okay.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you, Doug.
Pat.
Councilors, I promised my fellow board members of South Park that I would come here twice a year. So this is my second time. Running out of time, so I just want to update you a little bit. A couple of things. We just finished 4 buildings this year in South Park worth about 16 million bucks. All went good. We're pretty proud of them. Diverse in nature, diverse in use, and I think you guys have seen them all. If you haven't, we buy lunches for council people. All you got to do is call me and we can share photographs. We can drive around. We just want to make sure you guys don't forget about us on the south end. A couple other things in answering Doug, that district that you were talking to Rick Crone about, we did try to get a deal from those guys, those 10% guys, and they wouldn't budge. They brought their lawyers and acted tough. And bottom line is they were, on the good side, those folks were good members of South Park. South Denver Cardiology was one of the hard money lenders. And Arapahoe Gastroenterology, and that thing was, those bonds had gone to junk and they were going to default. So it all worked out good. What he didn't tell you that I think you council members care more about than anything is that district will daylight within 7 years. It'll be gone. So we feel pretty good about those accomplishments that we were able to do because the bondholder was actually a pretty good guy. Why I'm really here is this year, South Park asked the city of Littleton to help us improve the northwest corner of Santa Fe and County Line, as we kind of consider it the entrance to South Park on the southwest side. And we gave the city of Littleton a $10,000 check, and you guys are holding that in an escrow account for us. And we also committed $15,000 this coming year to that improvement. And we'd like to do more possibly in the future, and it's kind of roadblocked right now, evidently because some easement issues regarding the railroad and things. If there's anything that any of you can do to help Mark in that, he's been nice enough to spend time with me twice discussing it, but I thought I should at least lay some of his problems on you guys if you can help at all. We don't want to. We're more than funded in our budgets at South Park. We have like 150% of annual budget in reserves. So we'd have to write checks back to all the owners. So I'm putting a little heat, a little help. Or if we don't do that, then we got to do some more improvements in South Park. So maybe you guys have some ideas on improvements when we go to that lunch. So anyway, thanks to everybody for caring about us in South Park.
Pat, we celebrated our wonderful relationship with you just a couple of weeks ago with toilet paper. No, it's not good.
We keep saying hello to it for a long time.
It seemed like a good idea at the time. And just to say, we're all aware of that corner and what it could be. And the challenge is CDOT owns part of the land, state owns part of the land, the railroad, and I know Mark's been working on that. We absolutely want to have something down there. They cleaned it up, but they didn't. It isn't really. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Cal.
Good evening, Council. He calls it the moonscape over in the corner all the time. So I'm glad you got an earful of it, because I put up with that every day. See, we are in a battle between South Park and Main Street. Going to Littleton Crossing, originally when Littleton Nevada Place came about, I was a big supporter of the development. And then, of course, when they changed the zoning on it from condos to rentals, or from 34 units to 70 units. And now I really think it is, a project like that does not belong in downtown Littleton. On second note, I mentioned to you in the last meeting that I will be bringing another restaurant to Littleton. With that said, as of yesterday, I purchased the Colorado Business Bank building, and I'm looking forward to bringing another restaurant into that corner. Unless the city have other opinions, I'll be happy to welcome those information from them. With that said, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cal, and thanks for your wonderful interest in downtown.
Even though you never gave your name.
Yeah, well, Cal Miro. Luke Forrest.
Cal Miro, 63, 23 South Santa Fe Drive.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Cal. And if still here, Luke Flores? May not be here anymore.
Luke was the...
Yeah, Luke was the builder from KB. Okay. Okay, is there anybody else who would like to speak?
Yep. To your right.
Coming up, yes. No.
Marty Brezak, District 4. December 6th is fast approaching. 3 council members have expressed their desire to see Lyft remain in business, noting that mistakes were made. I'm requesting that the 3 of you come to the December 6th meeting prepared to identify the mistakes and what remedy you see as a proper fix. If Lyft survives, they will need clear direction from council what they need to do, but understand that they don't have to respond to any of your corrections. Nonetheless, it will be important for public to know what problems you see as significant. From other observations, there are no shortage of problems associated with Lyft and the 4 urban renewal plans, but Resolution 88 is one of the bigger problems. Resolution 88 was passed in September 2014 and reads in part, staff is directed to quote, give me the overhead, please, include all impacted taxing entities in the financial discussions of any development project which may utilize financing through the city's Urban Renewal Authority to ensure that no urban renewal project moves forward without the full support and approval of impacted taxing entities, unquote. And as a reminder, citizens challenged the approval of all 4 of those urban renewal plans based on Resolution 88, and council was advised that there were no contradictions with Resolution 88 in passing the plans because Resolution 88 referenced projects and not plans, and a project was not a plan but an element of a plan. So how does Resolution 88 get implemented? Council approved the plans, and it is Lyft's responsibility to implement the plans. Lyft does not have to come back to the council for approval of the projects. However, the plan states that the projects will have to go through the normal process, that is, the Planning Commission and then the council for a public hearing and determination. But that would not be required if it was a use by right project. The question is, at what point in the process do any of the taxing entities get involved? Is the applicant required to go through staff and the taxing entities before going to the Lyft to discuss their financial needs for TIF? This arrangement would effectively cut Lyft out of the very purpose of why they exist to fund, and which is to fund projects through TIF. Will the applicant go to Lyft first, negotiate the amount of TIF they want to help fund their projects, and then refer to the city staff and the taxing entities? If one taxing entity opposes it, is the project no longer an urban renewal project? Or will the taxing entities get involved in approving or not approving the project once the project has moved forward to the public process in front of the council? Take it over, Carol.
Thank you. Is this the next speaker?
This is the next speaker.
Okay. Can you set the clock there?
The point is Resolution 88 calls for a process that's not defined, but is outside the zoning code and the urban renewal law, and begs the question of whether or not Lyft has to follow 88. Would a developer turned down because of 88 have a legal challenge to the process? Somehow it has to be decided how the taxing entities will be represented in this discussion with staff. Will it involve the taxing entities that sit on the Lyft board? Now consider the letter from Arapahoe County that states their objection to the Columbine Urban Renewal Plan. To remind you what they said, they don't believe that the taking of county taxes is necessary to entice development. They requested, short of eliminating the TIF area, the plan state a limited time period substantially less than 25 years for the collection of TIF. And their most compelling reason for opposing the Columbine Urban Renewal Plan is that it does not substantially impair or arrest the sound growth of the municipality. It does not retard the provision of housing accommodation, nor does it constitute an economic or social liability. There is no evidence that these properties are a menace to the public health, safety, morals, or welfare of the county. Nothing has changed since the county wrote their letter, except the area has produced additional sales tax above the base that was established for that area. $19,500 in sales tax revenue left our general fund and went to Lyft, only bolstering the county's position that the area is economically viable. One last observation about 88. The whereas statements all mention economic development. The pink demonstrates that. Now I've lost my place. Okay. Urban renewal is not about economic development. In fact, in this Resolution 88, there's no mention of slum or blight or the desire to arrest the spread of crime and disease. In fact, the words economic development are nowhere to be found in the law. It may be the biggest problem of all. The law is not being used for the purpose it was written. And since I have a few seconds left, House Bill 1348 that was passed in 2015 made a condition that urban renewal authorities be comprised of 13 members, 12 appointed by the mayor, approved by council, and 3 from our taxing entities. It has not been done, and I'm out of time, so I can't explain to you why the problem exists.
Thank you, Carol. Do we have anyone else who would like to speak? Pam.
Pam Chadbourne, a block and a half from here, District 1. So one comment about Littleton Commons. I mean, I live a block and a half from there, and I'd certainly be impacted, but I just want to comment on the Fair Housing Act and that you need to divert low-income housing to areas of greater need. So the thing is, we have a light rail station downtown, and people who are poor cannot afford cars. People who are blind or disabled need public transport. They can't operate a vehicle. And those populations are poor. So where do you put low-income housing except by public transport? Because they have to have it. To me, this is obvious. We do need, as a city, to get this into our plan. But the concept that we don't need low-income housing in downtown, I think I mentioned last week as well. The people being displaced in downtown Littleton are working class or lower income because they're taking advantage of the older housing. And we have an obligation to provide them with somewhere to go, I think. Anyway, just a couple thoughts. The other thing, could I have the projector? This is completely different, but a couple of weeks ago I was listening to the radio and I overheard at the end, 8 cities, 2 cities at the bottom, Colorado Springs and Littleton. So I looked this up, and this happens to be about LGBTQ rights. I am not a spokesperson for this community. I'm sure they would be appalled by, what I don't know. But I wrote in at the bottom here the scores. And Littleton was 48. This is a municipal equality index scorecard, and you can see all these lines as laws, employer services, law enforcement, and relationship with the community. They rank those. And we were 48. Colorado Springs, 53. Denver was 82. Now, I believe in human rights, and our city seems to be weak in this area. I think there's a reason for that. That comes under the city manager, and I think for 5 years we didn't have much going on there, so my opinion. But we're always happy to pick up the surveys in which we're high. This is one in which we are outstandingly low. Of the 8, we're the lowest. Maybe something to look at. Thanks, Council.
Thank you. Don't see any other speakers. This brings us to the next item on our agenda, which is comments and reports. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, I just have a few things to comment on. We had a little bit of discussion here. We heard about Santa Fe and County Line, and I just want to make it kind of clear what some of the obstacles we're facing here currently. And as most people probably noticed, when CDOT tried to resurface a section of Santa Fe, they left the northbound lanes in the current condition. The reason why is they discovered kind of late in their process that that is actually right-of-way owned by the railroad. So a portion of Santa Fe is actually in railroad right-of-way. And so they have been negotiating at the highest level in the state directly with the railroad, trying to acquire that in some form. So once we overcome that, and I'm sure CDOT and the state will obviously overcome that, then they'll complete the rest of their paving on that project, and we'll be able to kind of pursue our sign project that several of us have been talking about. I want to talk a little bit about Littleton Crossing. I just want to make a comment here. I've shared a couple of emails here with some of the residents. The staff currently is investigating all options. We're looking at opportunities here of how we might evaluate this, and again, what our options are. We are looking at that certainly at the legal level and certainly at the staff level. We've been talking with CHAFA at length. CHAFA has agreed, so we tentatively to come to a study session here with the council. We've targeted January 24th. We're hoping that they can also bring somebody who is a little more expertise in Section 8 housing. So we're hoping to have a pretty robust discussion with them again on January 24th. I would like to comment a little bit on the toilet paper on our cracks here as part of our maintenance program. And I've gotten a couple of comments, quite honestly, not very many, but it certainly has caught on the social media, and quite honestly, to an extent that I never imagined. And in fact, it's gone international, if you can believe that or not. You know, it is a technique that, quite honestly, is used in multiple states. It's even part of the best management practice of CDOT. So it's nothing unusual, but how it caught on here in the media is quite astonishing. I will say that Public Works actually is kind of evaluating or debriefing that particular project. I think if it had rained a couple of days after we were all done, nobody would have noticed a thing. But that didn't happen. And so if nothing else, we got to pay closer attention to the weather. So I just want to make that comment that we will evaluate that, because it does present a little bit of a problem afterwards, obviously, with toilet paper blowing around for quite some time. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go down to council. Bill, can we start with you? I'll start with you.
Thank you. With mixed emotions, I hear about Colorado Business Bank being sold. A lot of the merchants are unhappy about that because they've transferred their accounts out to Mineral, and not many of them are going to go there. So I just wanted to empathize with those people, and I'm one of them. So, but the good news downtown is we have a chew shop coming in. So Curds Cheese is coming in. It's going to be modeled after Cheese Importers out of Longmont, which is a #1 TripAdvisor stop. So that's going to be a lot of fun, and they hope to open that by Thanksgiving, by the candlelight walk, if everything falls into place. So it's important as we get to the holidays to talk about food. Speaking of food, nobody's mentioned in here Angelo's. If you haven't been to Angelo's, you've got to do that. It's an outstanding experience. And so that's it on food. I would like to add, too, on the earlier on we had some things that were not clear in a presentation to some of us. And I had called earlier with a request in asking about densities, and Andrea turned around, and by the time we had the meeting tonight, had a really nice graphic on densities. So I'd just like to encourage us as a council to pick up the phone, call staff, and they can solve a lot of these problems before they occur, before we get to a meeting. So if you see something in there, just give them a call. So, and I appreciate Jocelyn and Andrea solving that before it got going, and did a nice job. That's it.
Thank you. Jerry?
All that talk about the toilet paper on the streets reminds me that the job's never done until the paperwork is finished. I digress. At the museum, we have a new Jersey cow over there. It's a 2-year-old cow. Get out there and see that thing. Of course, it's always good to see a good old cow. The beginning of this museum's, their planning, the beginning of the planning for the Summer Museum Concert Series has begun. let's see, they are working on their lighting displays, and they talked about the lighting displays, and it isn't just putting lights on an object when they have a display. They actually have to think about what does it do to the ceiling, what does it do to the floor, what does it do to the walls. It was kind of an interesting thing. So when you go look at these displays, there's a lot that goes into it just besides the subject, which is a lot of folks really work hard on that. The holiday evening at the museum will be December 11, and that is from 5:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. And the attendance for the craft fair was nearly a record this year. It had over 17,000 people. And for the Harvest Festival, it had over 7,200 people. So that is it.
Thank you. Welcome. Peggy, should we go down that side?
Well, just one thing, given the time, the leaf recycling program was, again, a big hit. The only problem was a hell of a lot of the leaves are still on the trees, and people would like to bump it down later in the year, but in the future, we will not be able to move it later because we bump into Thanksgiving. But I think in the 3 weeks, we had about 700 vehicles. Some of them came as many as 6 times. I mean, that's the vehicle, so some of those were repeaters, but lots of leaves, lots of happy people. So, thank you.
Doug. Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a comment regarding the toilet paper.
Just won't go away.
Well, I hope we don't spend a lot of time trying to figure out how to do something different. I actually think it's a great idea. I think it works very well. I'd rather have that than to have cars covered with tar and bikes and dog feet. But it was a relief, and I think it was kind of a nice break during that time to have that kind of news to share. We don't often have good news. It was at the height of the national politics and local. And so it was kind of a refreshing break from all of that. So, I hope we don't spend a lot of time trying to figure out how to do something different. I don't think there was anything wrong with what we did. And, let's just keep going. That's all I have.
Just a couple things. We had a Veterans Day observance up at the World War II Memorial on the 11th, and that was very well attended. I had the chance to talk, which I really am honored to be able to be a veteran, talking to veterans. And but just a comment, and this came up actually Memorial Day, and I think it got lost in the discussion. We need to redo those monuments up there. You can't see the parts of them that were carved in to be timelines and dates and places and along the various maps. And so you'll go up there, and Mark, you'll see right away what I'm talking about. I've had a lot of people who would volunteer to raise funds to do that. So if it becomes an expensive issue, there are some groups out there that would like very much to participate in that. So just so you know. And our calendar coming up, November 22nd is the next Tuesday. There's no meeting. November 25th is the Candlelight Walk, which is that very, very nice event. We'll have one more time this year. And November 29th is a study session. So just to catch us up to date.
Great.
That's all I have.
All right.
Okay, we're adjourned.
Good.